priorities. And it causes huge friction and a stop in innovation within an organization. Inner source can help address that by giving people the ability to see the source code, make the changes they need when they need it. That also reduces this idea of bottlenecks. So I mentioned before where you have a core team and these teams with dependencies around them. What can often happen in that scenario is that these teams may have changes that need to be made. They put in their feature request into the core team, and they get put, where do you think? On the bottom of the queue. Because no one wants to be, if you've got a set of features and improvements that you need to be made in a sprint, who are you going to prioritize? The ones that your boss says is important, or the ones that come in from external teams? So what ends up happening is that when you're trying to get these kind of movements forward in software platforms, you can have these bottleneck teams who are actually dictating the pace of innovation for the entire organization. And again, inner source helps resolve that issue by giving people the autonomy to make the changes that they need when they need to do it. And sometimes you have organizations that are in lockstep. They've done things for many, many years. And the most common objection folks have when they're trying to make any kind of change, not to mind inner source change, is that's just not how it's done around here. We've never done it that way before. And there have been organizations, in particular in Europe, we have examples of those in Inner Source Commons, where they explicitly went to Inner Source explicitly to solve that problem, because they had teams that were too large to change, and they had to demonstrate that other teams doing things in a different way could work with those teams in order for that team, that core team, that big team to realize that it can be done differently, that it could actually be changed. Change can happen within the organization. So sometimes just the practice of inner source allows people to see how diverse approaches can actually work together if you have a uniform way of coordinating that collaboration. And then, of course, this idea of just the feeling of autonomy and agency. So in many respects, I was going to say the youth of today, but I mean, the point is everyone wants autonomy and agency, particularly younger graduates, right? A lot of younger graduates have come up through their college careers understanding that they can go out and take software from anywhere and build upon it. If they go into an organization where they suddenly go, oh no, you can't do that anymore. We have all sorts of different rules and regulations that stop you actually making the changes that you need to make happen. You can't do that because you're not on the right team, or you're not at the right level, or you haven't been here for long enough, or no, you can't learn about that other team's code base or their coding methods because you're not in that team, so the security restrictions say, no, you can't even talk about it. That's not what they're used to have happening in their outside work life. And sometimes if there's too big of a change when they go into work, they'll find work elsewhere. So in order to create a modern development environment, sometimes you need to be able to enable that autonomy and agency within a software development organization to allow people to see the code, make the changes that they need in conjunction with the core team, of course. It's not that you do it rogue. But when you actually facilitate those kind of processes in a very productive, constructive way, everyone wins. Now, in terms of steps to inner source, I think this is a temple in some remote region of China, but it does demonstrate how you can have a lot of steps to get to something that requires a little bit of collaboration at the top. But either way, the idea is that some people do come to us saying, we've just been told we need to do inner source, we're rolling it out company-wide next week, day 0, everyone's doing inner source. That is not necessarily how we or practice would suggest is the most appropriate way to proceed. So what I would say is that in our experiences within the Inner Source Commons, the best way to get started with inner source is to pick a project, have 2 different development teams, work through a process of inner source, iron out all the problems that may exist within your organization, like in terms of tool setups, permissions, all that sort of thing, the processes that are in place. Even things like defining who owns the code, and when you say who owns the code, what you mean by who owns the code. We had an instance the other day where we had 7 different definitions of ownership across the organization, so it was very confusing to people when they were trying to say who owns the code. But this type of thing of actually working through a process where you have 2 teams collaborating and writing down the experience as you go so that you can actually scale it afterwards and identify the blockers as well as the things that have worked, that's a really good starting place if you're trying to do inner source. And of course, you won't be alone. because there are many other people out there doing it. Inner Source Commons, the community that I work with and for, it is a community of over 1,500 people. It's actually much higher now. We have to update this for the summit that's happening shortly, I'll mention in a minute. But we have now over 750 organizations. We have close to 2,000 people involved in the actual community. And that is a place where you can get books on the topic. They create learning materials, videos, and articles. There is pattern work. If you're not familiar with patterns practices, it's less about the best practices. It's more about exploring the experiments that are happening across the world in the context of Inner Source, and then people listing whether or not it works for their organization and what context it works in and what context it may not work in. So it's a really great way to share knowledge. And then there's also a working group that looks at marketing and outreach. We do events, community calls twice a month. In the next few weeks, we've got 2 spooktacular events coming up where we're all talking about our Inner Source horror stories, under Chatham House rules, of course, but I would recommend it because it'll be where people are bearing all the blood and guts that actually happens, because it's not always, I'd love to say it's an easy journey, but when you're talking about culture change, it rarely is, right? So that's what's coming up in the next few weeks. But then also, and this is the website, www.innersourcecommons.org. And if you are interested in learning more, you're very lucky because you're just in time to come to our annual summit event that's happening on the 16th and 17th, 100% virtual, because we appreciate that people can be anywhere in the world. And it's over the US time zones and the APEC time zones, which means that for us here in the European time zones, it actually works for both of us, so we can go to both sets of content, which is great. 25 speakers, all talking about their Inner Source experiences. Totally recommend you go to that. It's free, unless you'd like a t-shirt, when you have to pay for the t-shirt. But please do come along. We'd love to see you there. So Inner Source Commons is really about the people. It's a really friendly community. Most people are delighted to have a chat, even one-on-one, to share their experiences. So I totally recommend you come along and check it out. If you go along to the website, you can come to the Slack where a lot of our conversations happen, or even just check out the website and the patterns and all the resources there. So that's it. That's my little whirlwind tour of the kind of why and what of Inner Source. I've left some time because I figured that if you all knew what it was already, you might have particular questions to ask. So I welcome those if you want to ask me any questions. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Anyone got a question or comment? I think if you can go to the microphone so everyone can hear you, that would be super. You don't really feel like it. Oh no, we got one at the back. I see you got beaten to it. Go on.
I think really good talk, Claire. I think as you said, we've been doing this internally. It's great to have a name for it.
Yes, there you go.
How have you found the process of convincing commercial colleagues and business development colleagues? Because I could see our dev team will completely get this.
Yeah.
I think the challenge then is how do we convince our other product teams across the business who are focused on the bottom line?
Yeah, and I think so there's 2 aspects to that in terms of business colleagues. So first of all, when you do talk about this idea of harmonizing kind of code bases and actually the ability to actually reuse code across your organization, that can actually very much appeal to people who are thinking about the bottom line, particularly when you tie it to already well-established type of trends like providing DevOps for the organization, or even the idea of FinOps, where you're actually looking at trying to rationalize the actual cloud costs across an organization. It can be a really key business driver at a particular point in time to say, do you know what? We need to stop having 34 versions of this particular product. We need to harmonize across our organization. So the economic drivers that we're seeing appeal very much to business owners. What doesn't appeal to the different set of business owners, which when we're in the Commons, you often hear about this idea of middle management, right? And it's like it comes up in our surveys as middle managers are the blockers. And I often think it's not actually the middle managers, it's often the organizational constructs that exist that are there are pressures on people to do things like control their budget. And so they get a little bit stressed when you start talking to them about the fact that they have a team of X number of developers who might be working on someone else's code. So they sometimes that's hard to compute. It's like, why am I paying? Why is my budget paying for development over there when I should be paying for development over here? But once you establish the fact that the cost of waiting for this idea of dependencies, once you actually try to kind of point out that sometimes having the ability to reuse code or in fact modify code in a different team can save far more than actually trying to build it yourself, that's the kind of conversation then that helps shift that culture a bit. The other thing I would say is that the organizations who have that problem oftentimes work with their HR organization around talent development type of justification as well, because what can sometimes happen with organizations where you've got a core team with a very high priority product that's closed is that they find it very hard to onboard people. And they find it, because they haven't necessarily thought about onboarding people. Maybe they've had a key, maybe they've had a team that's been in place for a good number of years that work very well together. But sooner or later, that shifts, right? I mean, I think that the average tenure for developers in London City is 18 months now. Can you imagine the churn that causes? So once you start seeing that kind of movement of talent that is now enabled, and particularly by this hybrid remote work phase, you start seeing this need for onboarding as being a particular a growing concern for organizations. And when you realize that inner source can enable you to have a developer over here get familiar with the product over here without actually having to get them to move, but now you can identify top talent within your organization to recruit into that project, they're the kind of business-led, people-led, ROI-led kind of arguments that helps people understand the value of inner source in that respect. Johnny, did you want to? Yeah, so examples of real organizations. Well, the slide I had at the very beginning, they're all folks that have spoken publicly. So if you go on to, oh my God, I'm going to go, will I do a quick flick back so you can see it all? Sorry. I have to go, back. I feel like I'm rewinding here. There we go. This is a slide where everyone has spoken publicly about their use of inner source. So if you go on to the Inner Source Commons website and go on to our Inner Source in Action page, that URL, I hope that's still correct. We did a shift around of URLs, but if you find it along the top there, I think it might be now under stories. But there's actually a link to the actual evidence. So they've either talked about it publicly in a presentation for Inner Source Commons, or they've written an article or something. So we keep a track of every time something's being mentioned publicly about Inner Source, and then we stick their logo up here, and then we put a link to it. So if you want to hear the stories. But to go through it, like, I'll take IBM, because I'm working on a case study about that at the moment. So IBM's story is around Watson NLP, so the natural language processing engine. They had Watson, obviously, was one of the first AI engines out there, very popular in the early days because it won that quiz show in the States thing. Anyway, but then kind of got a bit overtaken by some other AI services in later years. But they were doing some really good work in the natural language processing group. And what they wanted was, they wanted more organizations within IBM working on using their engine instead of creating their own. They're like, well, we're the core competency. IBM is a huge organization. What was happening is there were little NLP projects popping up everywhere. And they said, no, we want you to use ours. And also, they were kind of concerned because Watson's popularity was potentially dropping. So in the end, what they did was they inner-sourced the project, worked with a number of key projects within IBM to get them to use their NLP engine. And once that dependency was created, they had a guarantee of funding moving forward forevermore. So that was a key reason why they inner-sourced their particular project. I'm just going down looking through here, which are the ones I know about. You've got folks like Bosch, I mentioned earlier. They were particularly trying to actually get collaboration happening across their organization to break out from old engineering practices and to revolutionize themselves as a modern development place so that they could actually recruit people from the tech sector. They were having that trouble. That was another great story. You've got some of the banks in there. I know that, I don't know if it's there, but Capital One have a story about how they did it as aligned to their DevOps development, and they needed to actually do their DevOps platform. And in order to have the DevOps team be able to appeal to many of the folks that were doing that sort of thing in the past and felt a little bit of ownership, psychological ownership over their code, they wanted to make sure they had a friendly way of engaging with those teams, and they used inner source for that. You've got folks like Comcast, who they're the ones that, for example, have declared that if anyone wants to open source anything in Comcast, you have to successfully inner source it first to prove you can deal with outside-in PRs. So that's how they do it. So there's all sorts of different organizations who've done it for different reasons. Interesting. Loads of governments in the States have done it. So the Veterans Organization have done it, and there have been a few folks in fact, Europe as well. So the Irish Police Service, the Garda Síochána, have actually been doing some inner-source initiatives with various different police services across. And the reason for that is because, again, going fully open source would be seen to be a security concern, but actually wanting to collaborate effectively, but in a closed source environment, can often be the right thing for them. So actually, it's quite appealing to governments for that reason. And GitHub have a lot of work that's happening, particularly in the United States, around that as well. Israel is doing it as well. We had folks from the Israeli government come to the last summit as well to speak about that. So yeah, so it's happening all around the world. So if you're not already doing it, check it out, because now you know it's on the hype curve and you want to be getting there when it gets, we haven't even got to the peak hype yet, so you want to be on the go up, you know. So yeah, so thanks very much, and I'll be around afterwards if anyone wants to chat. Thank you.
So I'm Russell Beggs. I'm the VP of Engineering for ESO. I look after all our engineering teams at ESO, and our company is very much focused on making a difference. Our mission is to improve the health and safety of our communities using the power of data. And what that really means is that we write a lot of software that paramedics, firefighters, and hospital staff use to track what's going on and to help create the data, track the data, and provide actionable insights to improve the quality of healthcare that's provided to people. So I'm super excited about NIDC. Early in my career, I moved out to Australia, and I got to see what an engineering community looked like out there. And when I came back, we didn't really have much of one. It was a bit of a fledgling. And it's been fantastic to see NIDC grow and grow year on year. Even with the pandemic, we still saw a lot of participation, albeit remote. So I'm really excited to see us all get back together in person, to see more of the talks, the technical talks that people are giving, to see so many different things that are happening, and to hear from management, leadership, and the psychology of delivery as well. So super pumped to be back in person after such a long time being apart. we've got a lot going on in the fire space, but one that's particularly close to my heart here in Belfast is around patient registry. So you have stroke registries, trauma registries that really specialise in the care that they provide to patients. So if I give one example, a few years ago we recognised that there was a disparity between what paramedics were finding in the field and the hospitals were finding when it came to strokes. And there was about 50% chance that a paramedic would find that you had a stroke. And when we looked at the data and the correlation, the trends, we found two key things: ground level falls and diabetics. And when you look at that information, you publish insights on it, what we've seen in the last couple of years is that the detection rates have gone right up, and that's literally tens of thousands of lives that have been improved by that. So we've already done that. I'm really excited about how much more we'll be able to do now that we move further into that registry space.
Okay, so if anyone who's STEM wants to take a seat, I find that open source talk particularly interesting as a developer, knowing that 80% of the work that I do and libraries that I use isn't actually mine. But next up, we're going to go from one leader to another, and we have Janine Crosby. Janine is a leader with 20 plus years experience, and she's actually with one of our silver sponsors today, Mintel. And if you're building a team or looking to grow your organization, then this is absolutely the talk for you. So welcome, Janine. Take it away.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming to my talk today. I'm Janine Crosby. I'm VP of Engineering and Site Lead of Mintel, our Belfast office. So I'm going to talk today just some of the key takeaways. So how we protected the Mintel culture across regions when we were expanding some teams, how we attracted 40% of women into engineering and data science roles in Belfast, and then also some of the approach that we took to looking for an office space and some of the tips that we learnt as well. So just a little bit about Mintel, first of all. So Mintel is expert in what consumers want and why. So our market intelligence and insights enable clients to make a better and faster decisions, but also they help companies grow. So we feel like we're experts in culture as well because we're helping companies grow. So what was the challenge? We had already IT presence in London office, our Chicago office, and our Shanghai office, and we had a small little footprint of data science engineers that started off with Queen's University in their research department. So we had 3 engineers in Belfast already. So the challenge was really just to grow our IT department by 30% in Belfast. But it was also, we'd built up a really good culture. Mintel just celebrated their 50 years this year. So we've had this really good people culture that has grown over those 50 years. So it was to try and maintain that as we grew out the Belfast team as well. So what was the plan? This was before I joined. It was to hire a VP of engineering in Belfast. There was also a need to hire a mix of experienced engineers and leaders as well. Also then have Belfast teams contribute right away. So the hire of a new VP was me. So I was brought on. To get the site location set up, also build out the engineering teams, and also have responsibility for some of our engineering teams in Chicago and London as well. So one thing I noticed in the interview at Mintel was the culture. It shone through in the interview process and really made me want to join the team. Also, it sparked my interest to set up a site and also set up engineering teams from scratch as well, because it's something that I love to do is grow people as well. So one thing that stuck me straight away, there was no BS nonsense, corporate nonsense. It was all straightforward talking. Everybody had the ability to speak up, equality, equity as well. friendly policies, flexible working arrangements, and things like that. Also clear communication and clear direction. Nobody was trying to catch you out. Also employees' well-being was at the forefront of everything as well. And their leadership, where you could see the empathy and caring nature shine through straight away, even in that day of the interview, and also throughout since I've joined as well. Also, they're very good at recognising their employees and highlighting this recognition too. So we wanted to maintain that when we opened up the Belfast office. So we did too, and try to keep that culture going while having our own culture in Belfast too. So our new Belfast office, over the last year and a half, I joined Mintel in July of last year. You can see that we've grown significantly. It was the first 3 of the data science engineers back in May 21, and then in January we got up to about 14 people, and then now in September we're up at 31 people as well. We've got our new office space over in Urban HQ, and I'll tell you a little bit about that later on in the presentation. So gender diversity was one of the things that we did want to focus on. We were pretty good with our gender diversity in our Shanghai office. It was around 35%. In our London office, we weren't quite so good. We were only really, there was 4 engineers that were women, so it was really bad. It was around sort of 7% of women there. So this is one thing that we had an opportunity to do when we were growing out our Belfast office, was to focus on gender diversity. So to date, we've recruited 40% of women in our new tech roles, which is an amazing statistic when you look at sort of the industry standard. So what did we do to increase our chances of getting women on the team? So we had to look at our recruitment processes. Things like our wording and our job adverts were, they weren't very female friendly, so we changed those. We also highlighted our commitment to diversity too by signing up as a signatory to tech talent as well. Also, we changed the recruitment process and always had a female engineer or lead within the interview process as well, which made women, as they came to the interview process, a lot more comfortable too. We also talked freely about our flexibility, our work-life balance within the company as well, and also highlighted the fact that we have a Mint-L group, which is a women network to support other women, and those types of things in the interview process as well. Another thing that we have brought in recently is part-time roles as well. So it's just, we're ongoing changing and trying to get better at our gender diversity. So another thing that we've been doing over the last year is, Mintel's known for its market intelligence, but it's not really known as an IT company. So we've been building out that Mintel IT brand as well. So sponsoring things like the tech events, also myself and other team members speaking at conferences, also joining the local women networks as well, women in an IT Belfast, things like that, sponsoring those events, speaking at panels about leadership experiences and just the experiences about building out this new team as well. So then, we really want to concentrate on the future as well, so really building out our future talent pipeline. So as we only had a small footprint in Belfast, it's really, getting to the local universities, going to careers fairs, and really building out our future. Also, now that we are an established team in Belfast of the 31 people, we can also now promote our graduate program and also our placement program. So earlier this year, I think there's sitting in the audience. Earlier this year, we were able to bring on 3 placement students, which was great. One of those was female as well, which was really good too. We've also got a grad program now, now that we're established, and we do have the engineers to support the grads and the placement students coming in for the paid placement student over the 12 months. So then also supporting women, so we do have a mentor program as well. Also, as I said, going out to those local women in tech events and, supporting other women in their talks, giving advice and things like that as well. So that's really how we've done the gender, reached the 40% of women. Also, I suppose referrals was a good thing as well within the company. That was another way that we were able to highlight these. And then also LinkedIn as well, using our networks to really promote it too. Okay, so just one thing, how did we keep the culture as well, just before I go on to this? So I suppose in my interview process, I knew that from the questions I was getting asked, they were looking for a leader who had empathy and would grow our talent in Belfast, also with an engineering background as well, to be able to manage the engineering teams too. So that was one of the main things, and then from that I was able to design those roles and grow them out as well. So keeping that culture that Mintel had already had. So just moving on then to the office space. So as I said, one of my other assignments was to find an office space in Belfast. So as I said, we had a small footprint of data science engineers. Previously in Queen's University, there was a little office space there. And then there was an initial search performed there as well. So I was bringing on a team of new people that I didn't really know, wanted to keep the culture. We have a hybrid working environment in Mintel well before the pandemic. So trying to get a space that would suit all those needs as well. So before anybody came on board and we knew that we'd made offers to people, I actually surveyed the team members and the existing team members and included the new hires as well. So it was just to find out things, what were their needs? Did they like breakout areas? Did they, did they want showers? Did they want, those types of things, just their general day-to-day things. So that worked really well. I was then able to, categorize everything and then narrow down the search. So I narrowed down the search to 10 places in Belfast. Mintel have offices all over the world as well, so they have done this before. So a recent office that was open was in Dusseldorf. So, I spoke with the lead there, understanding the experience of opening that office as well. Also, one thing that was really valuable, and you're going to hear me mention this a lot, is use your network as well. I suppose what I should have said at the start is I actually live up in Donegal, but work out of the Belfast office. But I'm from Bangor originally and really moved back to Belfast. So I had to start going out to the local networks and things like that as well. So I see Claire Nixon walking in here as well. So I think one of my first experiences of the Women in Tech Belfast was speaking at one of the talks in September when I joined. But in that night, I spoke to so many different site leaders in that talk and got to know their experience of trying to find an office space and things like that in Belfast too. So I'm just going to say, use your networks if you're ever trying to do this, because it does help. They're going to tell you the lessons learned and things like that as well. So that was one of the things that I found really valuable and also very welcoming when you're coming back to a city as well. So as I said, search for premises based on the survey, and then also from some of the initial searches that the data science team did. So really just book tours and then asked for proposals based on an 18-person office space. So we knew that we were going to grow to around 32 in our first year. We knew that everyone wasn't going to be in the office every day. It was going to be a hybrid setup. So we looked for an office that would fit 32 people. We're now expanding more, so we're probably, I'd say, in a few months or that we are going to probably have to look for maybe a bigger space. One good thing about Urban HQ is that they do have bigger suites and things like that. So I suppose just to really summarize this is, I suppose hiring the right people to keep our culture intact was one of the most key things, and that was done, you know, through me learning about the Mintel culture and also, you know, designing those roles just to make sure that we did have the right people coming on board too. And then just other things, hiring the right leadership team and things like that as well. So that is really me. I probably did that a lot quicker than I should have done. When you're up here, it goes a lot faster. So any questions on anything that I spoke about? Yeah, hey, is that Ed?
How much flexibility did you see in the office spaces you were looking at? So obviously, like, they have like bought the building or leased it for however long, and they would probably want to tie you into, like, historically, like year-long or 2-year contracts or whatever. How much did you see, like, flexibility-wise for that?
Yeah, there was hard negotiations, so there was around that, because I think with COVID too, you know, you didn't want to really be tied in to something for too long. So we did negotiate that down to, I think we went for 6 months, and then we actually brought it back up again to the year, because we'd sort of thought about the balance of maybe prices rising as well. So we went for that year, but there was some flexibility. But the legal team in Mintel did all those hard negotiations. I didn't have to now, which was good.
I guess, like, space-wise as well. So, like, if you're a growing company, you're probably thinking of headcount, but also with, like, knowing that people will want to work hybrid, so you might not have people in every day. I guess, like, how are you thinking about that?
Yeah, so it is quite a challenge when people aren't in every day. I think one of the things that we've done is surveyed the teams to see which teams interact with which. So I know in our London office we've done what's called anchor days. So it's bringing in the whole IT department or the whole product department in on those days. Now that's a bit harder in Belfast because we're all mostly, you know, IT. I know there's the data science presence, and we've got a bit of security engineers and things like that as well. So it is something that we're going to have to maybe split the days or something like that. You know, if we all did want to come into the, you know, office on a certain day and things like that. So there's probably going to be another survey, Ed. So there is, but it is trying to, you know, keep teams that work together. And I suppose that's another thing as well. What we've learned over the pandemic is really people don't want to come into the office unless there's something on that's worthwhile coming in for. And that's the nice thing. I should have mentioned that about Mintel and the culture too. When we are in the office for days, they really do ask you to, you know, cancel the meetings, talk to each other, you know, build relationships in the day as well. So yeah, so that's something that we're going to look at going forward as well, is really making those days meaningful when people do come in.
Thanks.
I'm not seeing some audience questions, so I'm going to ask you one.
Okay.
How are you managing having remote teams? You know, you've got London, you've got Chicago. How are you managing that remote part as well as your Belfast flexibility to enable your teams to, you know, have that 40% of women? You know, that's something that's very important to a lot of people, is the flexibility. Yeah, so it is hard. It's harder to build relationships, definitely, when people are remote. I think, you know, having tools like Zoom and things like that with the with cameras on and things like that. I've yet to visit our Chicago office. I need to go there, but I think that's one thing I try to get over to London. You know, once every sort of 6 weeks, just to go and see the teams there as well, because I think one thing I've learned is, you know, building those relationships in person is very important. So, and it is, you know, organising those event type things when I am over, so that you are meeting people socially as well and work as well. So that's how I've been managing so far, and just I suppose skip level meetings. So you know, me having meetings with my manager's team and things like that.
I do that for all locations, but I think that does help as well, sort of building up those relationships as well, and trying to understand their needs and things like that as well, and getting to know them. So it's really visiting, making sure I do spend time with people, you know, at least once a month, or maybe even once every 2 weeks, and things like that as well.
Any questions from the audience at all? Because if not, I'm going to ask another one.
No pressure.
Okay, no. In terms of those graduates and placements, if there's any in the room, any sort of online streaming in, what does that sort of program, what does it look like? What's their learning and development opportunities? What would that role look like?
I should get poor Kalina up here, but I wouldn't do that on her. So yeah, so there are 12. We have 3 students in at the minute, and the next round will be in 2023, July 2023. So we have 4 opened. So what we do is we bring you in. We don't make you start straight away. We know that you're only learning still. So it's putting you in a team that we think suits you. So to be honest, when we're interviewing as well, we're asking the students to interview us just to make sure that we're the right company for them as well. So you do go through an interview process. There's a little pair programming test, but this is really, I keep on telling people, this isn't to catch out or anything. It's really just so you can understand how our engineers work, and they understand how you approach problem solving and things like that. So it's not a gotcha test. It's just to let you see how our engineers approach things and things like that. I suppose from learning and development, we would put you in a team. You would be starting straight away, you know, working in a Scrum team, but you would be buddied up with an engineer just for coding purposes. We've got a big knowledge sharing culture as well. So at the end of sprints and that, you know, we do engineers share everything too. The students also, we've got a IT budget every year. This is something that we've just brought in, I think it's probably about 2 years ago, but it's a dedicated budget for you to use the way that you want to use it as well. So you can buy online books, you can go to a conference, you can, you know, it's yours to what you want to do with it. So the students also get that as well. We have, you know, check-in points with the students just to make sure they're doing okay. We're trying to buddy them up together as well on kind of maybe a side project, just so that they get to know each other as well, and the other teams. So that's really sums that up. And then the graduate program, again, yeah, it's just bringing in the grads, and we do the same thing. We buddy people up, we give them a mentor so that they can ask questions. But to be honest, the teams are that collaborative anyway. They're going to learn so much from them too.
So yeah, if anyone's interested,
Yes, we engineering roles and 1 data science role opened this year, and then a few grad jobs opened as well.
Perfect. And one more. As obviously at the start your bio said, you know, 20 plus years experience and you've spoke well about the 40% of women and how you've managed to hire that talent and retain it. For all of your years of experience, what would be your number 1 advice to any women starting out their career or starting on that corporate ladder?
Yeah, I suppose, try out new things. I did, I'm doing a talk later, engineer to leader. I never wanted to get into a leadership role, but I ended up here. I'll talk about that later, but it was more about, yeah, making your own opportunities too, and yeah, just trying out new things. You know, you don't know until you try. And then I was going to say too, one thing that I've found so useful is having probably a mentor, and also using your women network to support you in your decisions and things like that. That's it's so valuable.
Any more questions? Sorry, I'm back.
Is the biggest sort of anti-culture thing, and kind of what would you do to change it or help it?
In relation to women in tech, or sorry,
like new sites or trying to build a team?
To be honest, I think, there's always going to be, not everybody's the same and everything like that. So I think try and, if you see any patterns of anti-culture coming in, people aren't happy and things like that, you nip that straight away and ask, is talking to the person and seeing what is wrong. Because sometimes there's an underlying thing that might be going on with them. So you try to get to the bottom of it to nip that quickly. I've worked in other places that there maybe is, that toxic culture does start, and then it gets to everyone. So I think because we've got so many mentoring programs, and also that it is a safe place to speak as well. I forgot to mention earlier too that we have a flat hierarchy. We don't have any offices for the leaders and things like that. We all sit out in the office together. So I think that makes everyone much more approachable too. So I think those things definitely help with that anti-pattern. But I think to answer your question is get to it straight away and chat to the person or people who are on those behaviours and see if you can help.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
So how do you ensure your mentors are propagating the right culture down there?
Sorry, could you just repeat that again?
How do you ensure that your mentors are propagating the correct cultural values?
So our mentorship program, I suppose we have profiles of what values and that people do believe in and things like that. So we do have a pairing scheme. So the actual mentee really looks through that profile and sees if that's the right person that they should be paired with as well. Also, for our mentorship program, you had to apply for it. So it is a little bit of an interview process too, just to make sure that we do have the right people in place. And then, as I said, then that sort of matching program as well. Because I think, at different stages in your life, you're needing different areas to mentor in. So that's why we decided to do the profiling bit as well, just so that we can help people in different stages. Thanks.
Any more?
This is what I get for finishing early, isn't it? Too many questions. I'm joking.
Hi there.
Hi.
How have you find recruiting IT staff in generally, but in Belfast and Northern Ireland the past couple of years? Obviously, there's a lot of IT companies out there, and maybe competition for employees.
Yeah. We were very fortunate at the start. I do think I had a good run through probably new team members bringing on referrals. Also, from my last company, and I'm not saying I poached staff, we got acquired by another company, so a lot of people, maybe it wasn't the place that they wanted to work in as well. So a few people did come with me from the last company as well. Once I was saying how good Mintel was after about 7 months, I think. So that helped too. I think really being on social media helped us with our roles too. I'm not saying it's easy, the pipeline has slowed down a little bit now. We're hiring more data engineers roles, which are like gold, so they are. So, it's a hot market out there, it is. So the things that have worked for us is really using our networks and referrals, and also, just getting the jobs out there, coming to things like this and saying that we have roles as well, have all helped too, just getting our name out there. I think too, simple little things like we did a relay team in the marathon just to get our name out there, just trying to promote that IT brand as well and promote our culture on things. And as we're sponsoring events like this, and the women in tech events have all led to good success in hiring. But the market is hot. I'm not saying it's going to be as easy as it has been for us, but I think those are just some of the little tips that have worked for us.
Any last questions?
Have you explored the use of academies, the Assured Skills Academies, or apprenticeships as part of your skilling approach?
We haven't, but it is something that I would love to do now that we have grown that bit bigger as well. It is something that I would love to put in place. I've even a daughter near that age, and I'm thinking, look for apprenticeship, you know, because it's a great way to, you know, get your, you know, to work, get your industry experience, and also get your qualifications as well. So I think they're brilliant schemes, and it is something that we will be looking into, definitely.
Any more questions? No?
Off the hook.
One? You're off the hook now. Thank you so much, Janine.
All right, thank you.
So my name's Darren Abel, so I'm Director of Engineering at Apex Fintech Solutions. So I joined the company 2.5 years ago. My role is really to supervise all the technology projects that we do in Belfast. Apex Fintech Solutions was formed in 2012 by Peak 6. So Peak 6 is an investment company, and Apex is essentially the technology company that is behind the trading solutions that we build for our customers. So the whole mission of Apex is really to democratize trading. They're one of the big disruptors in the industry. So it's because of Apex that people now can actually trade through their mobile phones. A lot of the work that we do, we can't disclose. It's, you know, under the radar, so to speak. We are really looking forward to, we have one of our other companies is speaking on it as well, Evil Geniuses. So we're looking forward to hearing what they've got to say, and as well as one of our own managers, Niall Haslam, he's also speaking at the conference. So we're really excited about those and to see what else other people are doing in Belfast. Like I say, the tech community in Belfast is huge, and we can't wait for the conference. Yeah, so obviously we were given the opportunity to sponsor NIDC, we jumped at it. So NIDC is obviously conference for developers, by developers. So one of the big things for us in Belfast is really getting our brand out there. We were previously known as Peak 6, and now we're known as Apex, so we're a subsidiary of Peak 6. So it's making sure that we get that out to our target audience, who are developers, because we're a technology company. And really then, obviously, during COVID, for instance, everybody's been at home, so we recognise how important it is to have events like this where we get everybody together. So that's why we kind of jumped at the chance and the opportunity then to sponsor NIDC. And we're really looking forward to the conference. So over the past 2.5 years, we've grown to 98 people. We're continuing to grow and continuing to hire in technology and operations. So if you're interested in joining us, please get in touch or speak to Clark and Robin in our stand. So my name's Darren Abel, so I'm Director of Engineering at Apex Fintech Solutions. So I joined the company 2.5 years ago. My role is really to supervise all the technology projects that we do in Belfast. Apex Fintech Solutions was formed in 2012 by Peak 6. So Peak 6 is an investment company, and Apex is essentially the technology company that is behind the trading solutions that we build for our customers. So the whole mission of Apex is really to democratize trading. They're one of the big disruptors in the industry. So it's because of Apex that people now can actually trade through their mobile phones. A lot of the work that we do, we can't disclose. It's under the radar, so to speak. We are really looking forward to, we have one of our other companies is speaking on it as well, Evil Geniuses. So we're looking forward to hearing what they've got to say, and as well as one of our own managers, Niall Haslam, he's also speaking at the conference. So we're really excited about those and to see what else other people are doing in Belfast. Like I say, the tech community in Belfast is huge, and we can't wait for the conference. Yeah, so obviously we were given the opportunity to sponsor NIDC, we jumped at it. So NIDC is obviously a conference for developers, by developers. So one of the big things for us in Belfast is really getting our brand out there. We were previously known as Peak 6, and now we're known as Apex, so we're a subsidiary of Peak 6. So it's making sure that we get that out to our target audience, who are developers, because we're a technology company. And really then, obviously, during COVID, for instance, everybody's been at home, so we recognize how important it is to have events like this where we get everybody together. So that's why we kind of jumped at the chance and the opportunity then to sponsor NIDC, and we're really looking forward to the conference. So over the past 2.5 years, we've grown to 98 people. We're continuing to grow and continuing to hire in technology and operations. So if you're interested in joining us, please get in touch or speak to Clark and Robin in our stand.
Okay. Welcome back to Hall 1B. So we had the fabulous Janine up here just before the break talking about how you can grow your companies and scale your culture. But now we're going to take a step back and we're going to take a look at how you can grow your personal career ladder. So Phil Wilkinson is a technology executive and has a strong focus on data-centered companies. So he's going to go take us through some wonderful stories about personal growth. If you want to come on up, Phil.
Good morning. Thank you. There is enough people in the room for more than that. Good morning. Hey, that's more like it. Thank you very much. It's great to be back at NIDC. It's particularly great to be here in person with a room full of people. The last time I did this, it was me, 2 people in a room, and a camera staring at me in the face. So this is far more exciting than last time. And it's good to see the Northern Ireland tech scene getting back to where it was pre-pandemic. My name is Phil Wilkinson, and I'm head of product and engineering at a company called Iotics based in Cambridge. We've built a new technology which enables global data ecosystems to be created safely and securely. And if you want to find more about that, come and talk to me later on today. I am married to Diane. We've been married for 17 years, and we've got 2 kids. Elliot is 10 years old, and Aliana is 18 months. So if I look a little bit tired, that will explain that. The most important thing you need to know about our family is that we are all Disney addicts, and actually we're really looking forward to next weekend because we get to go back to Florida and go and see Mickey Mouse again over half term. The other thing that we enjoy doing is playing board games, and almost every Friday night you'll find certainly me, Diane, and Elliot at the kitchen table playing, if my wife has her way, Monopoly. She always wins. Cluedo. But there's one game that Diane absolutely hates. And unfortunately for her, Elliot absolutely loves, and that is snakes and ladders. Diane absolutely hates the way that she progresses through that game. You roll a 6, you move 6 spaces. You roll a 2, you move 2 spaces. If you land on a ladder, then great, up you go. But if you land on a snake, then back you go from where you came. She absolutely hates it. There is no opportunity for skill. There is no opportunity for strategy or negotiation. The only choice you get to make on your turn is to roll the dice. And Diane is a type 1, logically minded character who likes to hold all the cards. I wonder how many of us can relate to Diane and her hatred of snakes and ladders whenever it comes to our careers. How often do you feel like this is something that you should have control of, something that you should be able to predict, and yet when you turn up for work each Monday morning, you're just rolling the dice, and whatever happens to you that week is really just a matter of chance. For over 10 years, I've been building, restructuring, molding, training teams. I have seen mediocre engineers develop into astounding technical leaders, some of whom are now running organizations of their own. Conversely, I've seen some engineers who are supremely talented technically stagnate and grow frustrated in their careers and fail to ever achieve what they might have done. As much as we try, we can't get rid of all the uncertainties in our careers. There are always going to be things that happen that were unpredicted, that were unexpected, and that were undesirable. Maybe it is a recession. Maybe it's a redundancy. Maybe it's a project that has just gone badly, badly wrong and you're stuck in it. Maybe it's a bad boss. But there are definitely things that we can do with the skills that we have and with the opportunities that we find ourselves in to make the most of where we find ourselves and try and take back some control in our careers. We need to escape snakes and ladders, and we need to turn the board into something that looks a little bit more like Monopoly. Now, this isn't a linear journey. The challenges that we face when we start out in our careers when we're a graduate, a junior developer, maybe we've transferred from a different career into tech. Those challenges and opportunities are very different from those that we face whenever we are progressing into more senior roles or leadership. Let me tell you about Frank. Frank was as green as they come. He joined one of the teams in my organization fresh in the tech, had no experience whatsoever in the industry. But that was okay, because the role that he was coming into was suitable for someone at that level. Things started off great. Frank was a great fit for the team. He was quiet, but he got on well with everybody. He threw himself into all the social aspects of the team, and he became a real team player. After about 6 months, some problems started to appear. As it turns out, Frank was actually incredibly smart. And very quickly, the tasks that he was doing day to day became quite mundane to him. Now, over a series of months and a series of conversations with myself, his manager, and a number of other stakeholders in the business, we were able to make something happen. We figured out that Frank's skills in organization, in logical thinking, and his understanding of our business actually made him really suited for a product owner type of role. And so myself and his boss came together, and over a number of months we made something happen, and we got Frank into a product owner role. Now, it wasn't plain sailing, because there were a few false starts, there were a few failures to begin with, but over time, over the course of about 2 years, Frank became completely synonymous with the product that he was helping to build. And in the end, became the de facto product manager for a brand new SaaS product that was being taken to market. The situation that Frank found himself in initially is very common. It's completely natural, normal for some recruitment to end up with someone in a position either to begin with or that they grow into a place where their skills are not a great match for the work that they're supposed to be doing. It's really very common. But not everybody ends up being given the opportunity that Frank did. So what was special about Frank? I'm going to talk about 3 things. The first is that for the first year or so, Frank demonstrated an absolute commitment to what he was doing. Even though he found it slightly mundane, he just got the job done. He got his task done, and he got the task done faster than anybody else in the team, and he demonstrated to us that he was capable of doing an awful lot more. He also demonstrated a commitment to the company. Anytime that we had senior leaders visiting, he'd be with them. He'd be striking up conversations. He was very respectful in the way that he communicated to them, but he'd also be very honest in his perception of how the organization was doing and what he thought we should be doing next. And Frank became known as someone who wanted the organization to succeed. The second thing is that the process of finding Frank a role for a good fit for his skill set wasn't that easy. As I said, there was a few failures, a few false starts, but regardless of what we asked Frank to do, he just got on with it. He was not afraid of trying new things. Things like customer calls, things that even the senior engineers in our team at the time would have thought twice about engaging with. Frank just believed that he could, and he got stuck in. And through all of this, Frank demonstrated an incredible resilience. A resilience to challenge, a resilience to failure, and a resilience to uncertainty. And thirdly, but perhaps the most important attribute of Frank's character that allowed doors to be opened to him was his communication. Frank communicated openly, respectfully, and accurately the entire time that I knew him. It meant that when we were looking for new roles for Frank, we always knew where he stood. We knew when he was happy. We knew when he was frustrated. We were able to make decisions that we felt were likely to end up with success for Frank. And because this was a two-way dialogue, Frank always knew that in the background we were working to try and make something happen for him. And additionally, Frank's communication was what allowed there to be options there. And I suggest that it's the same for any role in technology, be it a developer, architect, designer, product manager, at any level. If you can communicate, your value to your organization or your business increases exponentially. So if you're setting out at the start of your career, I'm not sure how many of you would consider yourself junior or early stage, communicate. Communicate to understand the objectives and the goals of your team and your organization. Communicate to understand your development needs and to make sure that your manager or your team lead understands your development needs too. Communicate to understand the needs of the business that you're in. What does your organization do? Who are your customers? What problems do you solve? And communicate to get to know your stakeholders, because they are the ones that can make stuff happen. Now, while it was Frank's communication that allowed us to find new options for him, I nor any of the other senior leaders in the organization at the time would have been compelled to act if we did not believe that Frank was up to the job. And when I build teams today, I surround myself with people who I can rely on. These are people like Claire. I worked with Claire a number of years ago, and Claire made my life easy. When Claire said she was going to get something done, I knew that one of two things was going to happen. Number one, that thing would get done by the time she said she was going to do it. Or two, she'd come to me straight away if there was an issue that was preventing her from doing so. She'd tell me what was going on and what she was trying to do to fix it. And the level of confidence that I had in Claire was immense. I never had those awkward conversations where I had to say something like, hey, you know that thing you said you were going to do that's still not done? It never happened. And as a result, Claire found herself being involved in more and more conversations of ever-increasing importance, not just with me, but my peers across the rest of the organization were seeing the same thing, and we're starting to engage with Claire in a similar way. And a number of very exciting opportunities opened up for her. Do what you said you'd do. It sounds so simple, and yet in our industry, it's a behavior that's actually quite rare. Do what you said you'd do. If something goes wrong, and you can fix it, then fix it. But communicate to your manager. Hey, that thing I said I was going to do, I've got a problem, but I'm going to try this to fix it. Okay. If something goes wrong and you can't fix it, or you think that fixing it might be dangerous or risky, then communicate to your manager. Hey, that thing I said I was going to do, I've got a problem, and I might need your help. Okay, let's talk. Do not assume that something will go away. Do not assume it is unimportant. Do not wait until the deadline day, when your team or your manager comes to you expecting it to be done to inform them that something's happened or something has gone wrong and it hasn't been done. You're very likely putting them in a position where they now need to scramble, they now need to manage expectations elsewhere. You're making them look bad. You're making their life more difficult. If, like me, you're very forgetful, then do something about that. Use a diary. Use Post-it notes. Use your calendar. Use Trello boards, whatever works for you. When you say you will do something, take a note of it. That's what I do. The wall beside my study at home is just littered with orange Post-it notes, static Post-it notes that just contain, do this by this date for this person. I came to realize many years ago, and there's a number of people in the room who I can see will attest to this, I would quite often say in a conversation, yeah, I'll do that. And then, of course, within half an hour, because I'm extremely busy, I've forgotten I said that. I've come into the habit now of when I say the words, I will, I get my Post-it notes out, and I jot down what I've said I'll do, and it goes on my wall. And I do not kid you, there are dozens, if not hundreds, of these Post-its all over my wall. Be the person who people go to because they know that you'll get it done. What does it look like if you're not doing this well? Everyone knows that developer. That developer who, for the last 2 weeks in stand-up meeting, the update has been, it's almost done. Just one more thing. Just one more thing. And yet, for the last 2 weeks, there hasn't actually been any real sign of progress. It's all right to fail. It's all right for things to get stuck. It's all right to blow the estimate. But you have to communicate. You have to tell your team. You have to tell your manager that something's not going the way that you expected. You've got to communicate and make the situation visible so that your team or someone else can do something about it to help you out. What about that engineer who just disregards all of the team's ways of working? You know, the tests, they're a bit of a waste of time. Just bloats the code base. The way of documentation, no, the code documents itself. None of the work that they do is actually visualized in Trello or in Jira, and everything they do is just a black box. What about the program manager who's just constantly late and uploading their research and development metrics into the system? These are really simple things. Do what you'd said you'd do. And if for some reason you can't, you have to communicate. You have to tell someone, you have to ask for help. And this is something that you should work on every single day. The cumulative effect of doing what you'd said you'd do and all the little micro interactions that you have every day with your peers, with your boss, the cumulative impact of that is far greater than, for example, releasing a massive feature every 3 months. So for me, Frank and Claire demonstrate the foundation of what it means to be someone who will have doors opened to you, particularly in the early stages of your career. Committed, positive, great communication, and reliable. Now, I've always been of the opinion that one of the most challenging skills, one of the most challenging stages in your development will be when you move from kind of junior mid-level roles into senior roles, like a senior engineer, principal staff, product manager, etc. And the reason is that the learning curve that you have to go through to reach those roles shifts. It shifts away from competencies related to technology, to design, to implementation, from support. And it shifts towards things that are a little bit less tangible. Things like communication, like empathy, like what else? Coaching, mentoring, those things. But there is one attribute that I believe I've identified in all of the senior engineers that I've ever worked with who have been exceptional in their roles, and that skill is influence. Michael was one of the senior engineers in my team who really struggled with influence. And ultimately, it left him, unfortunately, frustrated to a point where he was never really able to establish himself as a leader that he should have been. He was technically brilliant. He was highly involved in the local community. He stayed abreast of all of the technical developments in the industry. If you wanted to know what was happening in tech, he knew. And yet, despite all of his technical capabilities, he found himself really quite ineffective within his team. He would quite often come to the team with new ideas, new proposals, new ways of working, only to find brick walls being put up, pushback, just being ignored. He even began to believe that the rest of the senior folks in the team had some kind of vendetta against him. And eventually, he let that frustration develop into things like being very sarcastic in his communication, mocking the work being done by other people. Maybe this sounds like a familiar story to you. Maybe you know that person. Maybe you are that person, because this is extremely common. What was Michael doing wrong? We encouraged Michael to talk. Go talk to your peers. Figure out what's going on. And they did. They had candid conversations. They talked about things like disagreements over technology. They talked about disagreements over our process. For me, it was all just red herring. The reality was that the reason Michael was finding himself removed from the team was that the goals and the objectives and the ambitions he was setting for himself were not aligned with the goals, the objectives, and the ambitions for the rest of the team. The team had understood what the organization was trying to do. They'd understood the goals. They'd understood the challenges that the company was encountering. And through the process of establishing goals and communication, they'd worked out where they were going to have to make compromises. They wanted to do things perfectly. They wanted to move fast. But they knew that the objectives of the organization comes first, and so they'd worked out where those compromises were going to have to be. So we had this perfect storm. A group of engineers collectively understanding the goals of the organization, and in a difficult situation, deciding to make compromise in order to make the organization successful. Versus Michael, with the best of intent, focused on good things like technical excellence, moving fast, industry trends. He viewed their behavior as being poor engineering. He was misaligned, and as a result, in that group, he really failed to establish himself as the technical leader that he really should have been. Now, where some people fail to gain influence, other engineers are completely unaware of the influence that they actually wield. And Rachel fell into this category. Rachel was newly promoted to a staff engineer role, and she was brilliant in almost every single way. Rachel's biggest frustration was trying to find a level of influence that she already had. She just couldn't see it. I remember on one occasion, Rachel came to me and convinced me in a very compelling way that we should undertake a piece of significant tech debt removal. It was to improve the user experience of one of our services. And I said, Rachel, I'm sold, you've got me, now's not the time. In parallel, she was talking to one of the architects. She convinced him. He agreed, but said, yes, but it's not the time. She'd spoken to 3 or 4 of the senior engineers behind the scenes and convinced them too. So it was no surprise at the next goal planning session for the organization, this specific piece of work was chosen as one of the top priorities for the team. You can imagine my surprise when the next week in my one-to-one with Rachel, she confides in me that she is intensely frustrated that no one is listening to her. What? I couldn't believe it. When you're a leader, much of the outworking of your leadership, and by the way, I would say like senior engineers, principal staff, product manager, team lead, you're all in that category. If someone's given you that title, that role, then you're a leader. When you're in leadership, much of the outworking of what you're doing is manifested by other people. Your role is often to join the dots, to encourage them to see the way forward, and then enable them to get the job done. Rachel failed to see that the team collectively choosing to undertake this piece of work was a direct result of the work that she'd been doing behind the scenes with me and the architect and the other engineers. Where she interpreted each conversation as a micro failure, she was actually building towards a very positive outcome, a very team-driven outcome for the organization. Enabling a group of people, specifically technologists, to come to a common understanding of an outcome is a superpower in our industry. It is a superpower if you're able to shepherd a group of people to a common understanding. That is an incredibly rare skill. But be careful. If you look to be praised for that, especially publicly, then you're very likely to sabotage the outcome that you've achieved. Guiding other people to gain a common understanding is a matter of hearts and minds. You're dodging religious wars about technology. You're encouraging people to accept compromise, to swallow their pride in order to come together and agree on an outcome. So be ready as a leader to accept the quiet praise of your manager, of your direct peers, who most likely do see what's going on, and allow your team to bathe in the praise for the success that you've helped them achieve. Used carelessly, and your influence, which you may not be aware of, bear that in mind, can cause dysfunction, it can cause confusion and demotivation, but used wisely, you're a force for cohesion, for certainty, and for drive for your group of people. And other people, your manager and other people who are watching, will see you as someone that they can leverage to get stuff done. Unfortunately, influence is possibly the most challenging thing to achieve, and I'm not able to say to you today how to achieve it, because it's going to be linked to the work you're doing, the people you're working with, the organization you're in, how you work. It's all tied up in one big thing, but there are a few things I can suggest to make a start. Seek out a mentor in your organization, someone who you watch and you just think, that person knows how to get stuff done. Go and talk to them and ask them what you can do to navigate the corridors of your organization in a more effective way. Speak to your manager. Ask them about what they see. How do you make their life more difficult? Or how do you improve their life? What do they observe that perhaps you're missing? Observe the interactions between you and your peers. Who do you most often agree with, and why? Who do you have friction with? And there are the reasons, obvious reasons why that's occurring. Is there a way that you can build up a better relationship with them to try and leverage each other's strengths? And I can tell you that a candid conversation over a cup of hot coffee is going to go an awful long way. And lastly, if you are a Michael, if you're a Michael and you find yourself in a situation where you're constantly frustrated, you feel like an island, no one ever agrees with you, you must talk to your manager. And the place to start is by asking, what are my goals, what are my ambitions, and what am I trying to work towards? And how does that align with the rest of the group? Solve that first, and everything else will follow. Now, I realize that for the last 25 minutes, I'm a little bit late, I have really just scratched the surface on all of this. But what I hope I have been able to do is just give you a little bit of inspiration as to how you turn up to work each day. The behaviors that you can display that might just give you a little bit more control of your board, turning it from snakes and ladders into something that looks a little bit more like Monopoly. Lastly, one thing that I find very useful, don't do this alone, especially if you're moving into senior roles. If you're a staff engineer, principal, manager, director, VP, do not do this alone. It's hard. It's really, really hard. Find a group. Find a clan of people who you can trust. I have a tiny Slack group, a private chat group with 2 other guys who I trust with everything. We confide in each other. We don't work for the same organization anymore, but we confide in each other. We talk about each other's success. We talk about failures. We laugh. We cry virtually. But that group is where I get lots of my energy from, lots of my confidence, and it keeps me going whenever I'm having those really crap days. Don't do it alone. Find a group of people who can support you, especially into those more senior roles. Lastly, just a quick shout out. If you're as passionate about mentoring and career growth as I am, I've done some work with Career Ready UK. They're a charity who work specifically with college students who are, for one reason or another, disadvantaged. They need a little bit of help to find their way into the world of work. I can really recommend it, and if you're interested in giving back to the community in Belfast or Northern Ireland, I'm happy to connect you up. And very lastly, I do some one-to-one mentoring, particularly at the senior level. So if you're a staff, principal, manager, director, moving into strategic leadership for the first time, I do some very limited one-to-one mentoring. I don't charge, it's not a business, so I can only do some very limited numbers. But if you are struggling, and you'd appreciate some guidance, someone just to talk through the things you're encountering at work, then do reach out to me, and maybe we can get a coffee and talk over what's going on. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for coming. It's great to see the room so well filled, and I hope this was interesting and useful.
We've just got one question here at the front. People feel free to ask questions as well.
Hi, so my question is, as you know in tech, there's periods of intense change and companies make right-angle turns. So I'm sure everybody who's been in the industry for a few years would have the experience of Wile E. Coyote, where the company's made a right-angle turn and you feel you've kind of run off the edge of the cliff and you're there frantically trying to run, but you're about to drop down. What advice would you have in that kind of situation where the alignment has gone, not through anybody's fault, you know, not your fault, not their fault, but there's suddenly this huge gap in the alignment?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. I think you're really speaking about senior folks, people who are in a position of influence already. Big, deep breaths. Big, deep breaths. Just, you're in a position where you don't hold all the cards. What you need to realize is the outcome that you're trying to establish for your business is that it stays together, that you eventually find a path. If you panic, if you forget who you are and forget about the influence you carry and that other people are watching you, you've lost the game. My advice is deep breaths. Do not react initially. Make sure you first understand the reason that certain decisions have been made, and then remember that you're a leader. If you disagree with that decision, but you can't do anything about it, if you're visible about that, that will straight away seep down into the group that you lead. There's a concept within HR called the shadow of the leader, which I truly believe in. You cast a shadow, whether you like it or not. It can be positive, it can be negative, but you're casting a shadow. You need to remember as a leader that the people who you're leading follow you. They trust you, you are the business to them, and if you panic, you throw the toys out of the pram, you really lost the game. So I think that just big, deep breaths, understand where you are, understand the business, and then decide how you're going to react in front of the team that you lead.
Any more? I'm standing between you all and lunch, so.
I made this specifically 30 minutes, so there's no questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Brian Craig. I work at Liberty IT. I lead the architecture team, which means I make sure all the engineering is focused in the right direction, and our different job families are all going towards the continuous improvement. So Liberty IT, we have about 650 people based out of both Belfast and Dublin. We produce software and world-class engineering for our parent company, Liberty Mutual, which is an insurance company based out of the US. We do so many different things from them, from straight software engineering to data scientists to product ownership to product management to a level of consultancy. So that's that we deliver, and they're a Fortune 500 company. So NIDC, the big thing about it is it's community driven. It's talks by practitioners, by developers, all levels. It's inclusive, there's support if you need childcare. Again, it's just fantastic, the level of interest we get from people attending, but also the different variety of talks you get. And it's people who have like 1 or 2 years experience to people like myself who have 20 to 30 years experience. There's just such variety. It is really, really energetic is the other thing, really energetic. This year at NIDC, I'll be talking about how the marriage of architecture and engineering comes together to deliver business value, and how do we do that in a continuous way. Liberty in Belfast, we currently have our graduate and intern recruitment open, and it is open until the end of the month, so please go ahead and apply. We'd love to see you here.
So my name is Eamon Boyle. I'm the development manager at Gearset's Belfast office. We've only just opened the office here in Belfast in April. Gearset is the DevOps solution provider for Salesforce. Salesforce is the world's largest CRM, and we basically help thousands of customers across the globe deliver solutions on Salesforce with better security, better speed, ease of use. Some of our customers include big names like IBM, Amazon, TripAdvisor, some folks like this. So the quality of the speakers at NIDC is always really good. I'm really excited with this year's. The lineup looks absolutely amazing. It'll be nice just to be in the room with people physically because we haven't been able to do that for the last number of years. So I'm looking forward to seeing both like the attendees and the speakers. I'm doing a talk at it. I'm really looking forward to that because I haven't talked in Belfast in a while. So that's covering how Gearset has moved from JavaScript to TypeScript. So I'm really looking forward to that. And then we're also running a wee puzzle on the stand. People can come along, have a go at it, and then we're going to raffle off a prize. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what people sort of make of that. Should be a bit of fun and some to talk around at the booth. One of the things we're really looking forward to is just meeting the engineers, the attendees at the event. We have more work than we can do, so we're like eager for people to join the team. And as a company, we've got a startup environment, we've got a startup attitude, but we've also got the stability and the ambition of a scale-up. So if anybody at the event is looking to join that sort of team, we'd really love to hear from you.
So I'm Russell Beggs. I'm the VP of Engineering for ESO. I look after all our engineering teams at ESO, and our company is very much focused on making a difference. Our mission is to improve the health and safety of our communities using the power of data. And what that really means is that we write a lot of software that paramedics, firefighters, and hospital staff use to track what's going on and to help create the data, track the data, and provide actionable insights to improve the quality of healthcare that's provided to people. So I'm super excited about NIDC. Early in my career, I moved out to Australia, and I got to see what an engineering community looked like out there. And when I came back, we didn't really have much of one. It was a bit of a fledgling. And it's been fantastic to see NIDC grow and grow year on year. Even with the pandemic, we still saw a lot of participation, albeit remote. So I'm really excited to see us all get back together in person, to see more of the talks, the technical talks that people are giving, to see so many different things that are happening, and to hear from management and leadership and the psychology of delivery as well. So super pumped to be back in person after such a long time being apart. We've got a lot going on in the fire space, but one that's particularly close to my heart here in Belfast is around patient registry. So you have stroke registries, trauma registries that really specialise in the care that they provide to patients. So if I give one example, a few years ago, we recognised that there was a disparity between what paramedics were finding in the field and the hospitals were finding when it came to strokes, and there was about 50% chance that a paramedic would find that you had a stroke. And when we looked at the data and the correlation, the trends, we found two key things: ground level falls and diabetics. And when you look at that information, you publish insights on it, what we've seen in the last couple of years is that the detection rates have gone right up, and that's literally tens of thousands of lives that have been improved by that. So we've already done that. I'm really excited about how much more we'll be able to do now that we move further into that registry space.
My name's Chris Kitson. I work for Cori Group here in Belfast. So Cori, I've been going for about 3 years now. We're headquartered in New York City. We have an engineering hub here in Belfast. Our first engineering hire was in Belfast. And we also have offices in Buffalo and in New York as well. So we're sitting around just over 100 people globally. So yeah, we're proud to support NIDConf as well as a company. Personally, I've spoke at it a few years ago. We thoroughly enjoy it, and it's just very proud for Cori to be able to support the Northern Ireland development community in this way. So Cori is a business. We specialise in digital transformation with a particular emphasis on cloud, particularly Google Cloud. So one of our founding executives was ex-Google. We've got lots of ex-Google employees in the US as well. So we have our engineering hub here in Belfast. So we've got many different disciplines, including data science, cloud, UI, UX, and many others as well. So I can't explicitly mention our clients, but rest assured you will have used a product or a service that Coric's worked on.
So my name's Darren Abel, so I'm Director of Engineering at Apex Fintech Solutions. So I joined the company 2.5 years ago. My role is really to supervise all the technology projects that we do in Belfast. Apex Fintech Solutions was formed in 2012 by Peak 6. So Peak 6 is an investment company, and Apex is essentially the technology company that is behind the trading solutions that we build for our customers. So the whole mission of Apex is really to democratize trading. They're one of the big disruptors in the industry. So it's because of Apex that people now can actually trade through their mobile phones. A lot of the work that we do, we can't disclose. It's under the radar, so to speak. We are really looking forward to, we have one of our other companies is speaking on it as well, Evil Geniuses. So we're looking forward to hearing what they've got to say, and as well as one of our own managers, Niall Haslam, he's also speaking at the conference. So we're really excited about those and to see what else other people are doing in Belfast. Like I say, the tech community in Belfast is huge, and we can't wait for the conference. Yeah, so obviously we were given the opportunity to sponsor NIDC, we jumped at it. So NIDC is obviously a conference for developers, by developers. So one of the big things for us in Belfast is really getting our brand out there. We were previously known as Peak 6, and now we're known as Apex, so we're a subsidiary of Peak 6. So it's making sure that we get that out to our target audience, who are developers, because we're a technology company. And really then, obviously, during COVID, for instance, everybody's been at home, so we recognize how important it is to have events like this where we get everybody together. So that's why we kind of jumped at the chance and the opportunity then to sponsor NIDC, and we're really looking forward to the conference. So over the past 2.5 years, we've grown to 98 people. We're continuing to grow and continuing to hire in technology and operations. So if you're interested in joining us, please get in touch or speak to Clark and Robin in our stand.
Hi, I'm Brian Craig. I work at Liberty IT. I lead the architecture team, which means I make sure all the engineering is focused in the right direction and our different job families are all going towards the continuous improvement. So Liberty IT, we have about 650 people based out of both Belfast and Dublin. We produce software and world-class engineering for our parent company, Liberty Mutual, which is an insurance company based out of the US. We do so many different things from them, from straight software engineering to data scientists to product ownership to product management to a level of consultancy. So that's that we deliver, and they're a Fortune 500 company. So NIDC, the big thing about it is it's community driven. It's talks by practitioners, by developers, all levels. It's inclusive, there's support if you need childcare. Again, it's just fantastic, the level of interest we get from people attending, but also the different variety of talks you get. And it's people who have like 1 or 2 years experience to people like myself who have 20 to 30 years experience. There's just such variety. It is really, really energetic is the other thing, really energetic. This year at NIDC, I'll be talking about how the marriage of architecture and engineering comes together to deliver business value, and how do we do that in a continuous way. Liberty in Belfast, we currently have our graduate and intern recruitment open, and it is open until the end of the month, so please go ahead and apply. We'd love to see you here.
All right, welcome back after lunch, everybody. So next up, we have Jason Bell. I've actually been challenged to introduce him as the Monty Don of data. If Bolster's in the room, I hope he's happy. And I'm just going to let you take it away, Jason, because I feel like any introduction I give will not be anywhere remotely close to everything that you've done so far.
No, go for it.
Well, I'd just end up reading it,
and
then, you know, I feel like you can do yourself justice up here. I don't think you need me.
Don't be tough.
Take it away.
Thank you. Hello. Hello. Hello on live stream. Hello, Wendy. I love you. Hi, love. Hello, Belfast. Hello, Belfast. That's better. That's better. How you doing? Good day so far, isn't it? It's a good day so far, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Yes, I'm Jason Bell. I usually have an about you slide, but I really, you don't care. So, you know, you always read that stuff and go, yeah, all right, so what? Okay, let's get on. This is actually a 60-minute talk that I'm going to try and cram in 30 minutes. If I talk really fast, watch it again on YouTube at half speed. You'll get the full talk, all 60 minutes of it, free of charge. I think that might work. Okay, so data is business, business is data. I've been in this game for far too long now, 34 years. I'm 51, I still wear not very sensible footwear. That's fine. So, question one, what is data? Back to November 2010, anybody involved, apart from Colin Mitchell, obviously, who was involved in the tech scene in around about 2010? Anyone around going to the bar camps and the open coffees back then? A couple of you, yeah. That's a really interesting show of hand that so much has progressed since. That's really interesting. Anyway, November 2010. This man here, who you may or may not know as Matt Johnson, asked this person here to be on a panel. Can you sit on a panel? Matt, why do you want me to sit on a panel? Because I cause trouble on panels. I don't know where he got that from. So, we did this panel at BizCamp Belfast, I think it was, but November 2010. We get a question, if I gave you £100, what would you invest it in? I said, I'd do it in a data mining startup. The other people on the panel were talking about cloud computing and all that kind of thing. That's fine. I said the amount of data that we're going to produce, we need to start concentrating on mining it to get better insight. Kevin Parker, who asked that question, kind of jigged it around into the traditional soundbite that we hear quite a lot. I didn't actually say that, but that's what I said in different words, apparently. I'll take it. It makes me look really intelligent. I'm cool with it. So, what is data? Data's units of information. I'm assuming you kind of know that already from being here. If you don't, come and talk to me afterwards. Okay. These pieces of data are, now, who says data and who says data? Yeah, because you're looking at me going, you're saying it wrong. Through observation, we can then start doing stuff. So collect data, do something with it, get some insight. We're going to call that machine learning, because that's essentially what it is. My other claim to fame, I wrote 2 books on machine learning, by the way, so I'm quite justified in being able to scribble that on an iPad and call it machine learning. The more data we have, the more insight we can get, and with better insight, we can make better predictions. Therefore, we reduce the amount of uncertainty in the predictions that we're making. Everybody with me so far? Cool. So, with that data, we can start telling stories. We can start creating this journey, whether it's a user journey, all that kind of thing, and it gets really interesting. My boring subject to talk about, mainly with Colin Mitchell, and I'm really sorry, Colin, is retail data. Because it's customers and stuff like that. Data comes in 2 forms. Structured data, highly organized, CSV files, we know what the columns are, we know what kind of data it represents and all that kind of thing. The other one is unstructured data, Could be images, could be video, could be text files. Hadoop was used a lot into anyone even used Hadoop in the room? A few of you. I bet you're not using it now. I was until June. I worked in banking. We're still using Hadoop quite a lot. Unstructured data, you need to start figuring out what you want and what you need to do, and there's a lot of data transformation and preparation and cleaning. You may have heard the quote of 85% of your time in a data project is cleaning the data. That is true with unstructured data. Make that your one thing to do properly, please. Or throw the data away and find some structured stuff instead. It saves a lot of time. So what's the aim? Glossier had a really good analogy, which was basically to build one-to-one relationships at scale. To take data and to be able to help a person, to give them value. One-to-one. That's what I'm aiming for, it's what we're aiming for. We can do the big segment stuff in marketing quite easily now. The next stage of that is getting to complete personalization and getting to the one-to-one. We know, written, often proven, the 80-20 rule, 80% of the revenue comes from 20% of the customers. The question I always had in my mind is how to convert that sort of 70-80% and how to convert them from there to there. And that's where the data and the insight really comes in. Targeting here is a bit of a waste of time. They're detractors. They're going to jump brand to brand. Doesn't really matter about what they're doing. They may do one or two things that are worth noticing, other than most of the time, nah, not really. Influencing the behavior of data, we're using data, is far from new. Has anyone heard of the Simulastics Corporation? No? Go back to 1952. They were the Cambridge Analytica of their times. They used data in 1952 to swing elections. There was a book called If Then, written by Jill Lepore, I think she's called. Brilliant book. They did the first demo. They did a televised demo of this box. It was a mainframe box. It was actually an empty box with lights in it, and the data was being done elsewhere. But you didn't know that on telly in black and white at the time. That kind of Mechanical Turk thing still goes on today. It was designed to do things and manipulate elections. That was back in 1952. Very old computing, huge amounts of data, took months to do. Taking things from there and moving on. Data as loyalty is something I'm really interested in, have been for a long time. I worked for a data mining company in 2002 that worked on Nectarcard data. It was delivered on one DVD. That was all the data from everything to do with Sainsbury's at the time. It was on one DVD in 2002. They've got a bit more now. They still didn't know what to do with it. They do now, thank goodness. If you haven't studied loyalty cycles, I'm not saying you need to, we're identifying customers. We're tracking the spend. We'll motivate their behavior. 15K feedback. Is everything okay? With that motivated behavior, we can reward the performance. We measure what happens, and we identify the customers again. We go around in a circle. Continues and continues and continues. If you're going to track anything with data, there's one thing you need, and that is a unique customer ID. Okay? If you don't have that, then you don't really know what you're tracking. Please do not use email addresses as a customer ID. 4 letters, GDPR. And also, when you start mining that data, the first thing you want to do is to be able to synthetically erase that email address anyway. Anything to do with personal information, any PII data or HIPAA data, you want completely scrubbed. You want it anonymized. You don't want to know who that person is. It's the other numbers that you're interested in. So we've established it's all about the customer. Now, this customer might be a mechanical customer, it might be a digital customer. I'm not saying it necessarily has to be a person. But I'm talking about retail, so here we go. Get early on. Is there anyone in startups? A few of you, yeah, great. Start collecting your own data now. If you haven't done it, please do it. Get into a habit of collecting absolutely everything you can. Storage is cheap. Don't care what it is. Start collecting it. It will come in useful later on, probably when you least expect it as well. Keep it separate. Your data has value. We're often told, oh, you know, make it open source, make it this, make it... It's great being out in the community. Yeah, that's great. But if it's got intrinsic value to you, it's better off in your hands than theirs. I'm sorry, it's probably a bit of a controversial take on that, but that's how it is. So, point of sale data, customer conversations, location weather data, social data, anything else that you think is useful? Anyone doing it? Yeah. Zara do this already. The data they collect on shop floor is basically everything I just listed, with the exception of social data. They're not really a socially driven sales channel. They are bricks and mortar retail, and they do it incredibly well. I don't know if you know, social media really drives sales. It drives attention. You know, fine. Sales, not so much. Okay, so keep that in mind. It's very difficult to sell with social data. I'm not saying it's impossible. I mean, that number that I'm quoting there was actually when the first time I did this talk 2 years ago. It might have gone up. It could have gone down. With a number of ad blockers and all the rest of it going on, it could just be getting squeezed. It's very difficult to know whether your ad is actually ever going to be seen, especially through traditional channels like Facebook and Google Ads. Who knows? Okay? You need to be upfront about their data. Apologies if I'm going really fast. I want to get to Q&A. I want to give you value. I want lots of questions. Okay? So let's go through some really simple scenarios. All hail the cardboard stamp card. Who's got a cardboard coffee stamp card on them right now? I am not the only one in the room. Come on. I'm asking you about a cardboard. It can't be that shy. Right, a few of you, that's all right. There used to be a website about Cafe Nero and how to basically print out the card with a complete set. It was quite a detailed website as well. It went to a lot of detail on how to, and the positioning, and to make it a little bit random. And you know. Just go and buy coffee, it's fine. But the main thing here is it's digital. There's no faffing about. It's just a bit of cardboard. And it's cheap. You can get 500 bits of insight for 30 quid. A lot of people, though, do not maximize a bit of cardboard. If we wrote down the date the customer went in and bought something, we can then start figuring out the average lifetime of that bit of cardboard. Therefore, if we assign a price to it per transaction, £2.50, 3 quid, doesn't really matter, we've got a total spend across the lifetime of that card. With that, we have a spreadsheet. Ooh. We have a spreadsheet. Sorry. There was, ooh, hello. I used to have a second slide to that spreadsheet that said, look, Mum, it's a no-code startup. I took it out. No one needs to know the open banking protocol to know when you last bought a cup of tea. I do not agree with that. No one needs to peek into my bank account to know when I bought a cup of tea. I know banks that don't like the open banking protocol because they're not allowed to use it. Do not abuse the customer's goodwill with the data that they give to you. So, from cardboard to the loyalty card. Club card, dunnhumby released in 1995. They measured at the time 10% of the baskets coming in, which was great, but they got the predictions completely wrong when it came to sending the vouchers out. So these old dears were getting offers for cans of Coke, which was really not what they were drinking, or not what they were letting on that they were drinking. Probably baby shower. To follow suit, the next card came out in 2002. There's been numerous marketing companies that have run the Nectar card. It's not actually owned by Sainsbury's. It may well be now. It wasn't at the time. And it certainly wasn't when I was working with that data. The main difference between the Club card and the Nectar card is Tesco knew, dunnhumby knew, what to do with the data. Nectar card struggled a bit, which was why you were only getting points for money. One retailer that stuck out of not doing anything back in 1995 when the Club card came out was actually Asda. They said, no, we're not going to do anything like that. It's a gimmick. There's no point. What do we need to do that for? Let's just pass the savings on to our customers. Oh, look. Last 6 months, they had to, because there's 2 retailers that are chewing up their market share right now, which is Aldi and Lidl. Or Lidl, data or data, Lidl, Lidl, anyway. All the time, though, you swipe, they learn. Everything. Tesco at the point now, everything just goes through, no problem at all. They still work on the 4 Christmases a year principle, which is when you get your vouchers. Because if you have it all the time, then there's just no real benefit to it. You should be looking forward to it. But saying that, it has changed. That's the acquisition flow, not that interesting. You will be rewarded, though. There's always the payoff is 4 Christmases a year. That's what they call it, whether it's print and now on your phone. It'd be interesting to know what the breakdown is between phone and print, actually. But what they're trying to do is figure out where you lie in their loyalty cube. They go by 3 key things: the championing of the brand, the consumer themselves, what their spend is, and whether they tell other people, word of mouth, about the offers. That's how they measure their loyalty. So it started off as vouchers and offers. It then came down to just the vouchers. So what was next? Membership and vouchers. So during the lockdown, no one could go out and spend, or, well, in very, very slight quantities than we used to. And Tesco had to do something. This is my opinion. So they made the Club card a membership scheme instead, which, if you're a whiskey drinker, is brilliant. Because that Talisker, they're fantastic. You have my recommendation. And it's only 25 quid if you're a Club card member, instead of 39 quid. That's pretty much a decent saving just for having the Club card with you. I did this talk once and someone said, I never take my key fob with me because my car is started by my phone. I'm spending a fortune. I need to start taking the keys a bit more often. Just a hint, just in case. There we go. That's where to look. And this is cropping up an awful lot more, especially in Tesco's with the Club card. Club card price, normal price. You have to be a member to start getting the benefit. So moving on from that, all they're trying to figure out is who likes us, which then leads me on to the Net Promoter Score. Is there any companies in here using the Net Promoter Score? Couple? Cool. How likely would you likely would you recommend us to a friend, colleague, family member, whoever? And it works on the basis of, there's a number of, the rank goes from 0 to 10. And on the form, it just says, how likely are you, on a scale of 1 to 10, that you would recommend us to a friend or colleague or blah, blah. And you put a number in, and you might leave a comment, and there we go. So detractors, if your score is 6 and below, you're classed as a detractor to that brand. 7 or 8, you're passive, doesn't really matter. The promoters are 9 and 10s. And the Net Promoter Score is the percentage of promoters take away the percentage of detractors. It's as simple as that. But if you're really, 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 really eagle-eyed about it, there's a pattern. If you invert the 80-20, you see what the promoters are. algorithmic, I'll do that again in English, algorithmic commerce. It's been around a while. Birchbox and a bunch of subscription sites kind of started it off. And Birchbox was basically samples. They would send you so many samples a month, with the key driver being that you would then take those samples, if you liked them, you went to the website through Birchbox and then bought them. Fine. Lead generation, lost leaders and all the rest of it. They had an algorithm to determine what to put into the box. You have N number of products that you can send, and only X number of products you're allowed to put in the box. So what do you put in there? And based on the search and recommendations of others on the Birchbox site, they came up with this algorithm, which was basically saying, does this product give happiness? That's really what that algorithm is saying. Does product give happiness, yes or no? And then does that product go in the basket? And it's essentially something called a combinatorial problem, or also known as the backpack problem. What items do you put in a backpack with a certain value or a certain threshold? Birchbox problem is exactly that. Take it to the next stage. How about if Birchbox was about sending samples, Stitch Fix just sends you products. You don't get to choose. Because you've gone through a huge questionnaire right at the start, when you sign up, and it says, I like this, I like that, I like this colour, I like that colour, I hate that look, I hate that set of clothes, I hate, yeah. And before you know it, you have this profile, and with that profile, they will start mining that data and going, we think this person's going to like this outfit, box it up and send it to them. You get to choose the frequency of the boxes that are sent, and if you don't like the products, you keep the ones you want, and you send the ones back that you don't like. And of course, the ones that you sent back, they learn from because you don't like those things, and the wheel keeps on going. This is all great until someone crosses the creepy line. Free data, things you sign up for, there is usually a cost. The cost is data. Yeah? Facebook, Twitter, all the rest, free. So, has anyone heard of Arped Elo? No. One person. Two people. Any advance on two? Three. Any advance on three? No, no, right. Now you're just joining in. Okay, it was originally a ranking system for chess players. I'm going to scoot through this because I've got to be quick now. And the chess player ranking system was based on this very simple equation. Previous score, the probability of you beating player 2, both those probabilities were calculated. The outcome of that match was then updated with the probabilities that were calculated. That's fine. These are all on the slides. I will make the slides publicly available so you can go and read about it afterwards. Could it be applied anywhere else? Yeah, you bet. Swipe right to win, swipe left to lose. Anybody going to hazard a guess? Thank you, Tinder. These aren't real people. This person does not exist. Give away with the earrings. So, Elo's algorithm actually came up in The Social Network in the film, with Zuckerberg doing the programming. Someone wrote on the window, how do we do this? Yeah, we can do that. And basically, the higher your Elo score at the time, the better matches you were going to get, because you were going to get matches with people with other high scores. That actually is slightly controversial. So they dropped it in 2019. The reason they dropped it in 2019? This person, I think. Judith Depatel. Anybody got Netflix? There's a program called Connected. The interview with Judith about how Tinder were using her data is really interesting. That pile of paper there is her freedom of information request on what Tinder had on her. And they had everything. Not just what was happening on Tinder, but everything she was, browser history, Facebook interactions, any social media interactions, anything. They could predict when certain things were happening in her life just based by what she was doing. So free data does come at a cost. Machine learning, I will quickly rattle through this. It's been around since the 50s. Yeah, that's fine. The scale's got bigger. That's fine. It's not perfect. If anyone says that your machine learning model is 100% perfect, do not believe them. Or you're actually overfitting your data, and you're lying. Sorry, that's the harsh truth of it all. Supervised learning is a data set that we know the answers to. We run that as a training set, and we have a sample data set to then evaluate the model. That's fine. Unsupervised learning is we don't know what the heck is going on, so we'll throw the data at it and see what happens. And reinforcement learning is basically playing Flappy Bird. Startups, I'm sorry to say it, do not usually have enough data to do machine learning effectively. Okay? If you want to argue with that one, that's fine. We're trying to classify something or predict. Who'll look at my offer? Yeah, it's basically that. Neural networks are just basically scrappy bits of things in the middle that we don't really know what they're doing. Explainable AI is now important because someone's going to start asking questions under freedom of information in the same way as we did with the data. You don't use neural networks unless all options don't work. So support vector machines, decision trees, all that malarkey, try those first. Chances are linear regression will give out a better answer. I did a different talk on that and caused an absolute storm. So, quick take. There we go. Right, start simple. Once you're wasting your time, scale up. Be upfront to people about how you're going to use the data. Make sure there's a payoff for them. Don't be creepy with it. And machine learning isn't 100% accurate. Even if it ever is, question it. There's probably something going wrong. Human behavior is predictable. That's all I'm going to say. It's about that. Thank you.
Hi. You started out by saying just gather all the data, keep everything.
Yeah.
For unstructured data, how do you figure out what the questions are?
Ah, that's an interesting question. Questions tend to present themselves as the business goes along. And actually, something Andrew Bolston and I were talking about earlier on is how to get management buy-in with machine learning. And you've got to make it part of the process. There is a business process to everything. Business processes tend to know what the questions are before technical data analysts, data scientists, the rest of them. So have you ever heard about the Target baby story? That started off with one question. Can we predict if a customer is pregnant? That was it. That was the question. And it was a marketing department that asked that question. And it was a mathematician that went, actually, yeah, we can. And then a tsunami of media storm then happened when they managed to predict a third trimester 16-year-old pregnancy. The dad didn't know the child was pregnant. He only found out because the baby club had been automatically signed up by Target. There's creepy line all over the shop with that one. But that was the question. Questions tend to, with that data, you will come up with questions. So I can't actually hear you, sir. No, it's not, the microphone's off. No, it's okay.
So the questions you're going to ask are heavily influenced about, what you've done in the past is going to influence. It's like, where do you see kind of being able to sort of use that data to take you in directions that are kind of on a tangent from where you've gone in the past? Like something that's net new. It's not necessarily something that's going to be emergent from the data, but it's like, what approaches do you take to kind of try and see what's available that isn't just, questions you're going to ask even without the data?
You know what? I don't actually have an answer to that question. because it's a good question. I will think about it, and if you want to give me your email address, I will certainly get back to you, or I'll write a blog post about it and stick it on LinkedIn. Because I don't know. Anybody else? Oh, that started off, that dampened everything, didn't it? I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, Colin. How are you, darling?
If we go back to the whiskey.
Oh, yeah, let's do that.
If you look at the significant discount that Tesco are offering for club card prices versus the ordinary, and they've made that change relatively recently.
Yeah.
So my view would be that that's simply a temporary driver to get club card uptake. Once they drive enough saturation club card uptake, then that margin will disappear because they'll have no reason to discount products like whiskey. So
who's offering the discount though? I mean, we know, you and I know how these retailers work.
But anyway, just to finish, but I'm thinking that that's the end point of many vouchers is to drive to a certain point in terms of acquiring the data, and that those are incentives that will eventually disappear over time, and then have to come up with something else. So, you know, when it's the next thing they want, there'll be discounts on that.
I will bet you, Colin, my dear friend, a bottle of whiskey that club card offerings will still be on shelf in 12 months' time.
Yeah. But put it out 5 years.
5 years? Let's do 5 years.
You'll have forgotten by then.
Hopefully both my legs will still work in 5 years.
Hi, Jess.
Yes, David.
Great talk.
Thank you.
Question on, you mentioned two things, one about startups not being able to use data, and also about it's more likely like Tesco's, the big companies are the ones that hold the data. So
yeah.
How do the local small business compete in terms of loyalty?
If I had the answer to that question, David, and you and I have spoken this quite a lot, you know, you and I both be rich. You know, and this is the difficult thing. I mean, for those that don't know, one of my startups around about 2010 time was a thing called UVoucher, and it was loyalty on the phone, but the loyalty was based against the retailer. It wasn't a one app that did everything for everybody. And everyone, it's the same thing. It's just like getting retailer adoption's hard enough. Getting user adoption is something else. It's really hard. And if anyone has never studied power laws, please do. They're brilliant. But they also show you the challenge that you've got in getting that kind of information. It's really hard to get people to just give over that kind of info. It takes time. You know, like I say, the club card started in '95. They've been doing this a while. Google, '97. They've been collecting data from day one. The things that are only coming out now are a product of that long game that they were playing. Most of the large four big data firms, you know, the Googles, the Microsofts, the Facebooks, you know, LinkedIns of the world, have been collecting data for so long and so quietly. It's only in the last 3 or 4 years that those products have now started coming to the fore because there's enough data to do that work on them. It's a really long game. Startups don't have that time frame. How do you accelerate it? Could be about synthetic data. There could be a conversation to have about that. Not necessarily going to work, but it might be a starting point, which is the reason that synthetic data got so popular over the last 12 months. Training AI models with no data is really difficult to do. So you need something. You either make it up or you find a way of getting it. Sometimes you have to pay for it. You know, it does exist. Someone else has got it. How do you get it? So it is a challenge, and I won't say it keeps me up every night, because it doesn't. But I do think about it quite a lot, because I get asked this question a lot from startups. Yeah. I don't know if that actually answers your question, David. I'm sorry, I'm rambling again.
Thank you. Very good talk. You were mentioning the Net Promoter Scores there. Do you find that human inputted data of their own can be fully accurate? It just reminded me of when I worked in call centers, and if a customer was was unhappy with, you know, the company we were working for, they would review us, the individual employee, and give us 1 out of 5 instead of 5 out of 5.
Yeah.
but you know, that went into our data and that affected our bonuses, etc. Like, is human inputted data, is it always trustworthy?
So, sorry, that was used as your bonuses?
Well, it was used against us in the, you know, the key performance indicators and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. People lie. You know, that's the, you know, people do. I will put my hand up and say, you know, because I've worked in retail and I've worked in data, if I go and walk out of Lidl's Middle after picking up a chainsaw and a chopping board and chainsaw, yeah, 2 chopping boards there, I will always press the green thing. I might be in a hell of a mood, but I'll always press the green thing, you know, because I know people put heart and soul into what they do, in whatever line of work they do. So I'm not going to give someone a bad day. That's not what I'm like. I understand where you're coming from, and people will do that. You will do. I mean, TripAdvisor is a great one, trying to figure out what's a proper review and what's not. You know, that's a data science thing in itself. And NLP text mining is really hard, really, really hard to do well. So, yeah, people lie. Sorry. I hope it doesn't ruin your bonus. I'm sorry. Thank you for your question, though. Garth.
Hey.
Hey.
Yay.
How you doing, mate?
Not so bad. Talk was all right.
Yeah, well, you know, we try.
You touched on ethics there. And also there was the issue of, you know, people not being able to explain how the thing did what it did.
Yep.
I was at a ML event just before COVID, and there was a company promoting their virus checker.
You
and
weren't
their whole
in Wuhan,
thing.
were you?
Sorry?
You weren't in Wuhan, were you?
No.
You weren't eating those bats, were you?
As far as you and all governmental agencies are concerned, no.
Your secret's safe for me.
Yeah. So they were promoting this virus checker, and they said, we can't tell you how it does what it does because we don't know, you know, but it works, you know, and it's great, you know. So my point would be, has anybody done any like serious work on the ethics of that, or what's going to happen when people start doing freedom of information requests and lawsuits and everything else?
Yes. I know there's some work going on Open UK. I am, just for clarification, I'm an Open UK ambassador. There is stuff being done on that side. The interesting thing that you and I would find interesting is reversing engineering backward propagation against neural networks. And be able to say, the reason this neuron got triggered is because of this. So, everyone else in the room, if you don't know how neural networks work, thing goes in, number goes in, there's a node, an axiom, and it's either triggered or it's not. And when you spread that across a neural network, which has got loads of these things, what happens is you send a piece of data through, it goes through the network, and it comes to a conclusion. And what happens is, that once it's come to that conclusion, the result of that conclusion and how it got there is then recalculated back through the network, and that's what's called backward propagation. And the more it does it, the more it learns. And theoretically, the more accurate it gets. The error rate lowers because you have more data going through it. So to do that and reverse engineer it and say the reason that happened is because this, and this has been done. It's incredibly difficult to do. It's time, labor intensive to do, machine intensive, I should say. And it's expensive. With, dare I say it, linear regression, which I can do on an Excel spreadsheet, I know the result is a thing because of these things here. And I can work it out on a piece of paper. I can work a decision tree out on a piece of paper. I can work out linear regression. I can actually work a support vector machine out on a piece of paper. It's really hard. I hated writing that chapter because the maths is awful. Well, no, the maths is great. I just didn't understand it properly. It took ages. But you can work it out on paper, whereas a neural network, you kind of can't. So, yes, it will happen. It will happen more, especially once we go down the theoretical self-driving car route and we start looking at accidents and stuff. Anybody trust the self-driving car? One person. Okay. Do you want to lift home? As long as it's not Elon's. Well, isn't his in space somewhere? It'll be cold up there, you know. No, I don't trust self-driving cars. I'm still not convinced. I'm scared, I'll be honest with you. Is there any other questions?
Do you feel there's an inevitability to all of this data just bubbling its way into single ownership or like more narrow ownership? Because it's like, you talked about like oil and you talked about value to teams. Like,
yeah.
Data on its own is very, very valuable. Data plus more data is like a force multiplier. And short of acquiring companies that have the data that you think can kind of, increase the value of your data, are there any efforts or initiatives, or is there anything going on to kind of stop basically somebody reaching the point where they have all of the data? Because that's not necessarily a good thing. Yeah.
I actually think we're a bit late in that conversation. If you look at the companies that have acquired that data, Planeteer, Facebook can do societal experiments on a country scale just based with the data that they've got. They had a team assigned to it back in, I think it was 2010, 2011. They've been doing it a while. They stopped doing it because it's, it's unethical and a bit dangerous. Who else? There's a few other big data companies that just own data. The mic's gone off again. Sorry, I can't hear.
Is it too late to see kind of the sort of legislative impact that you saw with the break-off of like Mabel in the States?
I would say not, no. I think there'll be progression. I also would like to think that there'll be change as time goes on, But these are all Jason's theoretical head, and that's never a good place to be, in all fairness. Unless there's whiskey involved, which Colin's buying in 5 years' time. Looking forward to it, mate.
Jason, just one more over here.
Oh, sorry.
Last one.
Thank you for that excellent talk on data. One of the questions I have around the startup is seen in particular, is data governance in your eyes the most important aspect for those early stage ones, more so than any of that engineering or science piece?
Yes.
And if that is the case, do you see that being too broad to fit into CTO's kind of portfolio, or should there be a new C-suite eventually coming along, or do you think it should be in there, given it's becoming so big as a field in itself?
Chief data officers already exist. Chief information officers also exist. I would say it would be in the realm, in terms of governance, it will be in the realms of there. I saw a quote. Oh, no, it wasn't a quote. It was a piece that AI has currently been written by young white men who have a very wide latitude to risk. And they're the ones doing this stuff right now. So people like CDOs, CIOs, Chief Data Officers, Chief Information Officers, will become more and more important as time goes on, because I think what will happen, what we'll see happening, is the quality of those models will have to go through some form of peer review process, and the damage implications of what could possibly happen with the data that's being used, and what are the second and third order consequences of us deploying this model in the company? What could possibly go wrong? We're only starting to ask those kind of questions now, really, I think. This is my opinion. You're absolutely right, but I don't think it's a CTO's domain. You will have a named individual or a set of individuals within a CIO or CDO landscape who will be the custodians, the guardians of that data, as you rightly put yourself. And they will be accountable. This is it. The people will have to be accountable for that data and how we arrive to those conclusions. It'll happen within time.
Maybe you can hear me from here. Oh, it's back on.
Sorry.
So I think I misarticulated that. What I meant to say is in terms of the early C-suite, because you obviously start with your CTO, CEOs and all that.
Yeah.
I was thinking, should they be coming in at an earlier stage more so than leaving them till the last minute? It should be embedded into the DNA more so than an afterthought.
I would, that very much depends on the size of the startup that you've got. People cost money.
Yeah.
Services cost money, so it's just how those resources are effectively distributed. Okay? Yeah. All right, that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're going to go from knowing data value on to how on earth we even get it into the cloud in the first place with Claire Byrne. So if you don't know Claire, she is a security data engineer at Elastic, fully remote from Belfast. Claire is absolutely brilliant. She did an MSc in cybersecurity. She spent 8 years with Women Who Code. Absolutely honoured to take that on from Claire a couple of years ago. And she's also the founder of Women Tech Makers Belfast. And most importantly for this talk that she's about to give, she's an absolute data wizard. So take it away, Claire. Thank you.
So hi everyone, my name is Claire Byrne and I'm a security data engineer at Elastic, like Chloe said, a data magician, if you will. The right data pipelines in the right hands can bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. And I'm here today to demonstrate some data magic to you with the help of my lovely assistants, Elastic Cloud and Python. Magic can be defined in a number of different ways, though the primary theme seems to be that a magician has the ability to influence events by using mysterious or supernatural powers. However, I'm only a few sentences into this presentation, and already I have to admit a secret to you. You're all magicians. Any one of you could be standing up here. And within the next half an hour, I'm going to equip you with the spells and knowledge that you need to transfigure endless, unreadable, machine-generated walls of text into visualizations, data, and insights. So what is this talk? This is about getting data into the cloud, Elastic Cloud to be precise. I've worked in data engineering for around 5 years now, and there's always been a few constant questions from any manager. Where's the data coming from? How is it being transformed? Where's the data being stored? And how are we going to tell the story of this data? For example, visualizing it. So in the past, in my job, we've used incredibly expensive solutions such as Snowflake and Domo. We've used open source solutions such as Grafana, but all came with a host of issues. I started my time at Elastic and took a tutorial on Kibana. And it is honestly the best of both worlds, and I'm not just saying that because I work at Elastic. It can be open source. It can visualize with such ease, it's amazing. So gone are my days of trying to ram InfluxDB queries into Grafana. Kibana is just a drag and drop interface and it's lovely. Sure, it might sound lazy, but it gets results. And results are what end users care about. Data wrangling to optimize for simplicity and understanding, which is the data engineer's job. So what is this talk not, then? This talk is not a full walkthrough of the open source capabilities of Elastic. Oh, the slides aren't. There we go. That's what you were meant to see last time. What's this talk not, then? This talk is not a walkthrough of the full capabilities of Elastic. Believe me, I wish I had time for this. It's also not a tutorial on AWS or a deep dive on Elasticsearch or Kibana. We're just going to scratch the surface of what's possible today. And I'd highly encourage you to check out some of the references at the end and open source setup links that I'm going to give you, because that's the beauty of open source. Anybody can go and try it out for free. And you can set this whole stack up for free that I'm going to show you today. It'll be self-hosted, with all the hassle that self-hosting entails, but it's free forever, and your only limit is your imagination. So a few definitions then, just for those of you who aren't familiar. Elasticsearch is an open source search engine, usually paired with Kibana and Logstash. Python, for those of you who aren't familiar, is an interpreted, dynamically typed programming language, often used for data wrangling purposes. And observability, which I'm going to talk a lot about today, is the ability to measure the internal states of a system by examining its outputs. So, hands up who likes looking through log files, just wading through them. One person. Amazing. That's really good for you. And I'm not talking about the type of logs on the screen. Like, wandering through forests is really, really fun. But what if I told you there was another way? Sorry, the speaker notes and the slides are out of sync. So let's wave a magic wand and automate ourselves out of a job. Let's get started then. I'm going to be working in AWS for the duration of this talk, but this is all easily translatable to other clouds like GCP and Azure. So to begin our discussion, I'm going to write a tiny, simple Python script like the one on the screen. This outputs a random log file and sleeps for a random amount of time, and then does it all again, outputs another random log line. I've added all the bells and whistles to make this into an AWS Lambda function, which I can upload to AWS, and I've written a deployment script to do just that. I'll share all the code of this for the presentation after for anyone who's interested. Just chat to me afterwards. But there's something interesting happening here, and I want you to look closely, if you can see the text. So the first thing you might notice about this file is that I'm using the base Python logger, but I'm also using something else. It's called ECS logging. Has anybody heard of this before? No? Excellent. That's what we wanted to hear. So this is the ECS logging library, obviously, or at least the Python logging ingest part of Elastic Common Schema. This is a way of breaking down logs into structured boxes in order to make sense of them in a human-readable and parsable way. Do you see the http://request.body.content? That's ECS. Let me explain a little more. So Elastic Common Schema, or ECS, is essentially a predefined way of putting your unstructured data into neat categories. This absolutely blew my mind when I was first introduced to it, as I had spent far too much time grepping through log files, looking for different variations of error with regexes and everything. So ECS is an open source specification which provides a common set of fields that can be used to store event data in Elasticsearch, such as logs and metrics, as we'll soon see. The schema specifies field names alongside Elasticsearch data types for each field, and also provides a set of naming guidelines for adding custom fields, so you can add your own to this. It was developed to encourage users of Elasticsearch to normalize their event data so they can better analyze, visualize, and correlate the data represented in their events. It's basically a schema that you can fit any event type to. There are a whole range of fields that you can use, like the ones on the screen. And if you weren't using ECS to parse this, and you were looking for a source IP in a log event, you'd have to check for all of these different possibilities up here. With ECS, you can simply specify source.ip, like the bottom there. With ECS, your events will always be mapped the way you want them to be, with a single concise schema. You're in control of the output of your logs, so why not be in control of how you visualize them and categorize them too? And that's what the ECS logging module does. It maps log events onto ECS, so we'll see metadata about our Lambda function later in Elastic Cloud. So to supplement Elasticsearch and Kibana, we need to have a way to transform data from a number of disparate sources into a template format that the stack will understand, pushing all the data from AWS Lambda through a spaghetti strainer, making it all into one shape. That's where the Beats tool comes in. In order to get our data parsed correctly from CloudWatch, pushed to Elasticsearch from our AWS Lambda function, we're going to use function beat, as it translates data from serverless applications in the cloud. Beats in Elasticsearch terminology, are lightweight data shippers that can filter and shape raw data as you wish from messy, meaningless text into categorized, predictable categories. So for this particular use case, we're going to be using FunctionBeat's serverless capabilities, as it can monitor CloudWatch log groups generated by Lambdas and push these to Elasticsearch. The Elasticsearch service that we're going to be using for this demo will be running in Elastic Cloud. But what's Elastic Cloud? I hear you cry. Elastic Cloud is a fully kitted out Elk stack that's hosted by Elastic. It's platform software as a service. It takes the hassle out of self-hosting in exchange for a monthly subscription, but you can also try it for free for over a week. I want to stress, though, all of the stuff that I'm going to show you today can be set up for free. So if you have an AWS account handy, you can go home and replicate everything I do today. So I've done a little overhead work and written a deployment script to make things a little easier. I've also created an IAM role, which allows AWS Lambda to access all of the functionality of the CloudWatch logs. All this script does on the screen is package the Python requirements into a zip file and bundle it along with the script itself into a compressed archive. And then it uploads my Lambda to the AWS account that I'm signed into. It associates permissions needed to export the logs to CloudWatch, and that's that. So for this demo, for the purposes of this, I've deployed FunctionBeat to my AWS account already and subscribed it to the CloudWatch log group of my AWS function. This means that whenever anything is added to the log group, essentially, it will be automatically shipped to Elasticsearch. So basically, the output of my AWS Lambda, i.e. the log lines, will be automatically shipped to Elastic. Magical. So you maybe noticed I'm abstracting a lot in this talk. But I want you to see how relatively easy it is to get something really powerful up and running in a short space of time with very little code. All the information required to tie all this together will be included in references at the end, like I've said. But who knows? There might even be follow-up workshops if you're all keen enough, with Docker images and Terraform, and I'm getting carried away. So where's the proof? What do we actually see in Elasticsearch after all this hassle? How do we know it's worked? So take a look at this. I'll just talk you through it as it plays. So here we have the home screen of Elastic Cloud. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the Discover page, and you can see all the data has flowed into the Elastic cluster here. There have been 60 events in the time frame that we have set this up for, which is about 2 hours, I think. Our FunctionBeat deployment has worked, our data is flowing into Elastic Cloud, and a FunctionBeat index was created for us for free. Another interesting thing to note is the sheer amount of data we get in a single record. Look at this. So here you can see data about the underlying system of the AWS Lambda. You can also see the log group name, and you can see the logs themselves. And yep, an error message as well. So I also reconfigured it so it would split out the log lines into JSON and ECS. So you can sort of see that there as well. So that's awesome. We've got some logs into Elasticsearch. We've got metadata about the Lambda functions, the type of hardware it's running on. You can see how that would be useful for on-prem sysadmins. And we've got the log messages themselves, all from AWS. This is a very stripped-down version of what I do on a day-to-day basis as a security data engineer. We drink our own champagne, as they say. We use our own products, building global data pipelines and taking customer data, or customer alerts, from Elastic Security, our security endpoint, correlating it all with data from various third-party sources like VirusTotal, running it all through a custom suite of Yara rules, malware disassemblers and analysis tools in our malware pipeline, then extracting features from these feeds into our machine learning models, and helping to keep people safe from cyber threats. My job's pretty cool sometimes. But back to the task at hand, because I can never leave well enough alone. And I want you to see just a few more tips and tricks, a few more magic tricks that both I and Cabana have up our sleeves. What if we could do just a little more? Have you ever wanted to see some data about all the goings-on in your AWS accounts, such as the syslogs of EC2 instances, and potentially malicious login attempts? We're going to escalate from magic tricks to full-on sorcery here, with just a wave of my magic mouse. But just a word of warning first. There are a few prerequisites to this kind of observability. First, you need to make sure that you either are the AWS account owner or have the permission of the AWS account owner. You don't want to be doing anything unethical. Secondly, you'll need to make sure you have credentials or the credentials of a read-only privileged service account handy. You'll need access to CloudTrail and S3 for gathering logs from all the goings-on in your AWS account. An S3 bucket is created for the logs automatically when you initialize a new CloudTrail instance, but you'll need to create an SQS queue in your AWS account and subscribe it to event notifications from this S3 bucket. So the SQS queue I mentioned will be used by Elastic Cloud or your Elasticsearch instance to gather the incoming events and time series them. You can subscribe the queue to other AWS services if you wish to monitor them, as you'll see in a few minutes. But let's see what's available just on CloudTrail for now, as it's a really powerful tool. For those of you who are unfamiliar, CloudTrail is an AWS tool that allows you to monitor and record account activity in your AWS accounts, giving you control over storage, analysis, and remediation actions. So again, I'll just chat through what's going on in this pre-recorded demo video as I go. This is the deep magic, folks. So just click. So we're back on the Elastic Cloud homepage, and we're going to add an integration. So as you can see here, there are many, many different integrations. There's endpoint security, which I work on, Elastic APM, which can monitor your DevOps data, but there's so many integrations, so many ways to get your data into Elastic. And if you can't find what you want, you can simply use one of the generic HTTP API data ingests and make it do what you want. So it's basically impossible not to get your data into Elastic. I really hope this loads. Good. So yeah, you can see all sorts of integrations, but for our purposes today, we're going to be using the AWS integration, which allows you control over many, many different things. So we'll just add that. And then you can see an error here because we haven't filled in all the required fields. So we're just going to add some stuff. I'll skip over the access key and secret access key because security. And then we're going to add a queue URL of an SQS queue, like I said. So I've previously created this. So I'll just go to that and get the URL of that SQS queue to just put in there. But you're going to need to create an SQS queue, is what I'm saying. So yep, just copy and paste that. I wish I hadn't been so slow on this video recording. There we go. So we're going to collect logs from CloudWatch, as I mentioned before. We are not going to collect logs from S3, as CloudTrail does that for us. The S3 bucket was created for us, and that automatically sends messages to the SQS queue that we created. So we're just going to go down, but you can see from this how many different forms of integration you can use here. It's mind-boggling. So yeah, we're just not going to collect logs from S3, but we are going to collect everything else, basically. And then we are going to name our integration and create an agent So Elastic Agent is basically an endpoint that you can put on any of your. It's an agent that you can put on any of your endpoints to monitor what's going on it, basically. So we're going to use Elastic Agent, install it on our EC2 instances. So I spun up an EC2 instance for demo purposes here. And so we're just going to install Elastic Agent on that and see what we can find. But it really is just as simple as going to this page. There's a handy link to the download page, and then just installing it on your machine. So now we're going to switch over to our EC2 instance. And we're going to SSH in, and we're going to just use the download link that we copied and pasted from Elastic Cloud there. It's very slow. So now the only thing that's left to do is unzip that, and we're going to see what sort of data we can get from our EC2 instances and from our AWS CloudTrail just out of the box. And I realize I've left some potentially sensitive information here, but all the stuff is spun down, I assure you, so don't even try and hack me. So now we have Elastic Agent installed on our EC2 instance. Simple as that. So now we can get to the interesting bit. We can start seeing what data we get. So all of these dashboards that you can see on the screen come out of the box on Kibana once you install Elastic Agent. But what can we find that's interesting? Sudo commands, SSH login attempts. That sounds pretty interesting. So these two SSH attempts were me. Categorically, you saw me do that. However, you can also scroll down an interactive map, which shows you the location of the SSH login attempts. So you can see here, interestingly, there have been some from the south of England. That wasn't me. And now there have been 78 SSH login attempts from Belfast. That also wasn't me. So you can see how fast attackers respond to the spinning up of a new EC2 instance even. So now we can look at sudo commands. So if I just show you, simple as, we're just doing an update on our EC2 instance here, which uses sudo. So if I refresh this a couple of times, we should be able to see Elastic Agent has beaconed that information out to us. And you can also, this is only scratching the surface. You can also see syslog data. You can also see almost anything you want. So this just gives you an idea of how important it is to keep your AWS accounts secure. And then you can also see metrics about the Elastic Agent itself. So if something goes wrong, for example, you can see why, which is always fun. And there we have it. So, come on. So thank you, everybody, for coming on this magical journey with me. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope throughout the course of this talk, you figured out what type of magician you are. I think I know, though. Since we're using software that can be free of charge and permissively licensed, we're not data witches. We're not analytics magicians. We're open sourcers. I genuinely wrote my whole talk around that joke. Please laugh. Thank you so much, everybody. And if you have any questions, please speak to me after.
Hi, I'm Brian Craig. I work at Liberty IT. I lead the architecture team, which means I make sure all the engineering is focused in the right direction and our different job families are all going towards the continuous improvement. So Liberty IT, we have about 650 people based out of both Belfast and Dublin. We produce software and world-class engineering for our parent company, Liberty Mutual, which is an insurance company based out of the US. We do so many different things from them, from straight software engineering to data scientists to product ownership to product management to a level of consultancy. So that's that we deliver, and they're a Fortune 500 company. So NIDC, the big thing about it is it's community driven. It's talks by practitioners, by developers, all levels. It's inclusive, there's support if you need childcare. Again, it's just fantastic, the level of interest we get from people attending, but also the different variety of talks you get. And it's people who have like 1 or 2 years experience to people like myself who have 20 to 30 years experience. There's just such variety. It is really, really energetic is the other thing, really energetic. This year at NIDC, I'll be talking about how the marriage of architecture and engineering comes together to deliver business value, and how do we do that in a continuous way. Liberty in Belfast, we currently have our graduate and intern recruitment open, and it is open until the end of the month, so please go ahead and apply. We'd love to see you here.
we're going to get started with our next session just before we have a break. And we have Chris. So while we had Claire up here and she might have been a data wizard, I'm going to make a really bold statement and say that Chris is a web wizard. Yeah? I think he agrees. And I'm very excited to know whether at the end of the talk we are going to get batteries or we're not going to get batteries. So a clarification on that, that would be great.
I will.
Enjoy.
Thank you very much. Yeah, awesome to be here. First in-person talk in a while, so I'm out of practice. My heart rate is currently at 146 beats per minute, so we'll see how that goes. So we'll get the boring stuff out of the way first. Who am I? I'm obviously Chris Laughlin. I'm a principal UI engineer in Rapid7. We build cybersecurity products. I work on a web application that scans web applications, and it's just as meta as it sounds. I completed 4 pull requests this month to get my free Hacktoberfest t-shirt, so now I'm an open source contributor. I recently converted to TypeScript, so now I actually get the whole jazz and the buzz around it. It is better, it turns out. I co-organize at Belfast.js. We have some awesome stickers that is, you can't see on my laptop, but come up to me afterwards and we can share them around. And I'm also a freelance tech writer for blogs and companies that'll let me rant and rave about technology. So today we're going to talk about batteries being included, batteries not being included, JavaScript frameworks, web solutions, tools, frameworks, and hopefully we'll have that conclusion at the end. So we have this term, batteries included, batteries not included. You know, what do we mean by that? I like to think of when you have batteries included, or sorry, when you don't have batteries included, there you go, I'm out of practice. You're just working with the 3 things that the web platform gives you, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You don't need any fancy frameworks, you don't need additional tools. You're as close to the web platform as you possibly can to deliver a solution for your users, your customers, whatever, that meets their needs. But then we kind of look at what is the case when we have batteries included. So batteries included is when you start breaking out, you start using frameworks, starter kits, technologies, tools. And these are the kind of the things that are going to be included. So it's going to be the likes of like architecture, how your application is structured. You're going to have like routing, forms, tables, REST interaction, be it HTTP, REST, or GraphQL, that kind of thing. You're going to have state management, be it on the client or the server. And you're also going to have testing as a focus into this to kind of assure what you're building and what you're shipping to your users. But I think we kind of need to step back before we start asking the questions about do we need batteries, do we not need batteries? And we need to ask ourselves, like, what are we trying to build here? What are we trying to deliver? What is the solution we're trying to fix? When I think about solutions for the web, I kind of like to break it down into 4 different sections. So you have like your brochure solution. Some people call them flyer sites, poster sites. It's a very simple, basic site. Then you have the likes of the CMS, so a content management system or solution or whatever the terminology is meant to be. And these are kind of things like a blog or a wiki or some sort of application solution that has dynamic content. Then we have like a shop, which is, should explain itself, but a shop is where you can put products out. Your users can purchase those products, they can add them to the cart, they can check out, put in payment details, track orders, that kind of jazz. And then finally we have an application. And an application is kind of a build-up of the last 3 solutions, not necessarily all of them, but most of those things put together. And this is the kind of like highest complexity, highest kind of complication that you're building. And it may have additional things like background processing, asynchronous tasks. It might trigger an email. The user can then deep link into the product to like track that user's like order and tracking information, that kind of thing. So it's the kind of highest level of complexity. It usually encompasses the last 3 of those kind of types. And when we look at those different web solutions, I'd also like to kind of think of like what are the features that I'm looking for and potentially need, don't need. So we have the likes of like dynamic content. Is the content of your solution changing over time, or is it just a static web page? User interaction. So are users doing something with the data and the information you're giving to them? So say they're adding comments, they're liking, favoriting, upvoting, downvoting, that kind of thing. Does the solution require pages? So is it just one static page that tells you the information, or does it span across multiple pages? And that could be server pages, or it could be client-side routing. The solution just depends based on the application and the user needs. And then lastly, we have a data source. So does your application need a data source? This can be a traditional database that you configure and connect to. It could be a set of markdown files. It could be a third-party data source like a MongoDB instance. But is it the data driving your solution? Do you need to connect to something? And I kind of have like 3 little kind of check marks or measures on these. So like, is it required? Is it not required? And is it maybe required? Some solutions you may want it, some solutions you might not want it, just depending on what your user's actual needs are. So we'll first look at the brochure site, and we'll kind of go through those metrics and kind of assess to see what is it we need on that. So does our brochure need dynamic content? No. 100% time, no. It's static information, static content. You know, take the likes of, say, a wedding invitation. You know, heaven forbid, like, your venue's not going to change. Your time that you have to get your guest to arrive is not going to change. The bride and groom's names are never going to change. That content's static. It's never going to change over time, so you don't need dynamic content. Does it need user interaction? Again, no. The static is static. It's displaying information to that user, and what you may do is send that user to a third-party system, like send them off the Facebook page, Instagram, or Reddit, and that's where they'll do their interaction with that information, whereas you're just like, here's the information, do what you need with it. Does it require pages? This is where it's kind of their first maybe. You know, a wedding invitation site probably just needs 1 page that gives you the information for that day. Think of maybe like a music festival that spans across a weekend. You might have 1 single page for all the events and then a page per day that shows the artists or the bands or whatever who are playing. And does it need a data source? Again, this is kind of easily saying no, because our content is static and it doesn't change. So we don't need a link to a database. We don't need a link to like a set of markdown files or some storage somewhere. The content's never going to change over time. So then we can ask yourself the question, does a brochure site need batteries? Of course, no, because we checked off those things in the last slide. I like to think that you can use the trifecta of the web platform to build out a brochure site. You can use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript that we all know and love to build out that solution. You don't need to do any interactions, you don't need to change, and you're as close as you can get to the web as a platform. You're not adding additional libraries, you're not shipping unnecessary code to the client, and then it allows you to focus on how do I cache this, how do I put it on the edge, on the node somewhere, and you know, content balancing and all this kind of fun jazz stuff that AWS people love to do. Although, if you're like me and you like to really over-engineer basic solutions and do things that you probably shouldn't be doing, you can jump for tools that will generate you that static site, but allow you to kind of still feel like a developer and you're writing lots of code. So you could jump for like, you know, the old traditional Jekyll, Ruby, static site generator. You know, you give it a bunch of markdown files, it gives you a static site. We're still meeting the requirements that it doesn't have dynamic content, it doesn't have user interaction, it maybe has pages. So if you have multiple markdown files, you could have, you know, multiple pages being generated. And it doesn't have a data source. Technically, yes, you could say the data source is the files that generate the build, but we'll just ignore that for this kind of concept. You could then step it up and maybe use the likes of Gatsby. So I'm a React developer, true and true, and I want to use it in everything that doesn't require React. So I could grab for Gatsby, same kind of thing. I get markdown files, use a build process, pipe out a static site. And if it's maybe not just a wedding brochure or a music festival and something a little bit more complicated, like a documentation site, we could jump for the likes of Docusaurus or Levanty to kind of meet our needs. And again, they're still generating that static site, but it gives you that kind of nice feeling process of being I'm still a developer and I'm writing and I'm building and generating my site. So let's next move on to our CMS solution. So does our CMS need dynamic content? Yes, of course. Like if you're writing a blog, for example, you want to be able to write more than one blog. You might want to go back and edit those blogs, so you have that dynamic content. And our CMS solutions we're kind of thinking of here is like a personal blog, a corporate blog, a wiki site, you know, something where the content's changing over time, but not really frequent and not too often. Does it require user interactions? And again, we've got another maybe here. If you're like me and you write a blog and you don't put a comment section, because you don't need people telling you how terrible your blog posts are, you know, you can turn that off or you can turn that on if you want to get people to argue with you in the comment section. Or this could be, you know, the likes of what Medium does, where you can like favorite an article, upvote in Reddit, that kind of thing. Does it require pages? Yes, of course. We don't want every blog being in the same page. We want to split them up into multiple pages. If it was like a wiki or a documentation site, you might have different categories where you can kind of drill in and deep link into specific content. And then does it have a data source? We have another maybe here. It kind of goes back to the point I was saying, like, do you treat a set of markdown files as a data source? How granular do you need to be with that kind of thing? You can potentially, connect to a database or a third-party provider. It's not really necessary. And in most cases, you are taking static markdown files, generating your actual CMS. And I don't really classify that as a real data source per se. So then we ask the question again. So does our CMS need batteries? Yep, ish. It's kind of the case where we're slowly, maybe potentially adding some batteries here. We don't necessarily need them all the time. And there's a lot of maybes and ifs in this talk, so maybe we'll get a final answer at the end. So we look at the kind of technology we can use for building out our CMS. Like, I have WordPress here. I look at WordPress as not necessarily having batteries included in your solution, because WordPress is a CMS as a service. I don't care how it's built. I don't manage its dependencies. I don't write the code. I just generate the content, and it does it for me. We can also look at other solutions to this, so like Ghost. Ghost is to Node as WordPress is to PHP. It's the same solution, just managed and built in a different way. And again, we have our old friend Gatsby. So Gatsby can generate your static pages. It takes that markdown file, turns out a static site. You can also use it as your CMS solution as well. If we, in this case, we think about those static markdown files as a data source, we can generate content that changes over time. It can update the content as quickly as you can commit new files to your Git repo. So then we move on to the shop solution. So we can kind of see a bit of a trend here in how things are kind of moving and shifting. So does our shop need dynamic content? Of course it does. We need to upload products. We need to change prices. We do a Black Friday sale. We want to discount everything. Does it need user interaction? Yes, of course. Like, we want users to add those products to their cart and check out and provide payment information and finalize the sale process. Does it require pages? Yes, of course. Like, we don't just want every product on the one page. We want to have like a page per product or maybe categories. We also want to think about the checker process, how we can take them through that. You maybe want an account page so you can look at previous orders. And it does have a data source. Now, this one might seem weird, like we're saying maybe. If we think about how we, again, look at what a data source is and how we pull that into our product, we don't necessarily need that traditional database to manage our information, and we'll look at the solutions in the next slide about how we can kind of think about that. But it's not always really necessary to have that data source as part of your solution. So, does our shop need batteries? We can kind of see where this is probably going. Yep, ish, again, for that last point. So we look at the solutions for what our shop solution is and what the batteries could be in this. Like, if we look at Shopify, Shopify is the WordPress for our site. It allows us to disregard having to write all the code, manage dependencies, do testing, integration checks, all that kind of thing. Like, we ship that out as a third-party service. So that's kind of what I was thinking about. The database or the data source isn't really included and isn't really part of our batteries. And if we want to then over-engineer, like we did in our first example, we can reach for the likes React Storefront, which is a Next.js built application that targets towards e-commerce for React. And then again, our old friend Gatsby, which sounds like I'm getting paid to promote them at this point, but we can again reach for them and combining that with WordPress. Like, you could use the e-commerce plugin in WordPress, Gatsby to generate a static site, and you have a very less batteries included solution to sell products online, manage shipping information, all that kind of jazz. So there's kind of different options, different levels of adding those batteries as we go on. So then we can finally do our application, and again our application is a combination of the last three, maybe some of them, maybe all of them. It just depends on our needs. Do we need dynamic content? Of course we do. This is an application. We want users to be able to come in and see things. It's live update and it's changing all the time. Do we want user interaction? Yes, of course. We want users to approve orders, mark things as shipped, add comments, upvote, downvote, all that kind of fun. Does it have pages? Yeah, we're going to have lots of pages. We're probably going to have a bunch of server pages or some sort of client-side routing, or maybe a mix of both, depending on how it goes. And then lastly, do we have a data source? And this is finally where we can say yes. We want a data source. This is a fully fledged application. It could be a shop that also handles other e-commerce or other user interaction. So this is where the point where we're thinking about spinning up our own database or using a third-party database as a service kind of tool. So we want that data store. So we kind of ask the question, does our application need batteries? I'm going to take a wild guess, probably what's going to come up in this one. Oh yeah, oh hell yeah. We need batteries for this. We want to start adding more things to this. We want to start including those kind of tools, those different applications, features that allow us to be empowered to like build a solution for our users. So as I said before, I'm a React developer. It's the best framework ever. Come fight me. So we can like think about two like modern frameworks, and these are the kind of things where our batteries start coming into place and we start thinking about what we're adding. So we have Next.js and Remix, both very competing frameworks at the minute. I don't want to leave one out. So like they kind of provide a lot of that things. When we looked at the earlier slide about what it looks like to have batteries included, these tools give us the architecture, they give us the routing, they give us the testing, they give us our state management, potential for forms and tables, and they give us thinking about how we structure, deploy, develop our application. And I don't want to leave people out of the loop here. I did, as part of this talk, start up an Angular project and built an Angular application. My fingers were burning the whole way through it because I'm a React developer, obviously. But this also provides the similar thing. It gives you those batteries, it gives you your networking, it gives you your forms, it gives you your data management, it gives you the architecture and how you focus and build your product out. So now we're thinking about applications. Most of the things we're building is going to be application focused. We're building complex tools for complex problems for users that not necessarily need all the time. So when we think about applications and we think about like what are the things we need and what we require, so we have the things we were mentioning before. So architecture, like how is it structuring and driving the developer experience? It might seem very small and simple and like insignificant, but even like the file structure of your project, you want a developer to kind of jump in, start writing code, put up a PR, and leave before they even were noticed. So having something set out, well structured, well defined, allows developers to work quickly, move, ship code efficiently. And the better we're shipping and fixing those bugs that we introduce every day, the better the solution is for the user. When we think about routing, how is it approaching and thinking about routing for us? Is it a bunch of server pages that we need to manage ourselves? Does it do hydration on the client and then follow off with like client-side routing? How does it interact with the network? Do we have to go off and find a JavaScript library that's going to make network calls for us? Does it push us down the line of GraphQL? Does it push us down the line of like REST? What about forms and tables? Are they included? Do we need to go find a table library or a form library, or heaven forbid, do we rewrite already done solution and build our own table and our own forms solution? How does it manage state? So how does the application state managed? Is it just component level state for the client? Can it be shipped to the server as well? Can we manage that across? Do we get global state? What about styling? CSS is great. I'm terrible at it because I'm a JavaScript developer. But we want options, we want choice. Do we have the ability to use Sass, Less, CSS and JS, style components, CSS modules, those kind of things? Do we have that freedom of choice, or is it dictating to us what we should be building, how we should be styling our application? And finally, testing. And it's usually kind of left out of these equations, but does it dictate like this is only unit testable, this is browser automation testing, does it do visual regression testing for us? We need to be able to assert that our product and our code and our changes aren't going to affect our users in a detrimental way. So we want to kind of think about how we can test the solution, how we can manage it, and how we can keep it growing. And we could also potentially think here about like the maturity of the solution. Come on. My laptop's already getting bored of this talk. So we can also think about, potentially like what about maturity, the community around it? Is it this tool that is dead and no longer going to be maintained? So I kind of had like a kind of versus battle in my head when I was thinking about this, about the three potential ways that we could build out this full solution, and this also kind of touches on the level of those batteries that we're adding and including. The first is one that I've done multiple times over and over again. I actually built it recently in work, is just straight up React, Webpack. Next, we kind of want to add things into this. So again, we're using React, so we'll look to Next.js. It's a very mature, well-used library. It adds in a lot of those features for us. It gives us the architecture. It gives us the routing. It gives us those nice things to add on top of it. And then finally as well, I wanted to bounce this up against Angular, which is, I think of like, the Angular batteries are like a Tesla battery. Like they're never going to die out in you, and they're going to last forever, or potentially explode, which seems to be the case with some of these batteries. So we want to compare it against that as well. So when we look at the Webpack and React, just pure raw solution, it's the kind of solution where you start off going like touch index.html as part of your process, and you start creating the files from scratch. it gives you that amazing sense of like control and understanding where you can say, right, I'm going to build this application the way that I know how to build it. I'm not going to add in things that I don't necessarily need. The huge downside to this is you need to know what you want and what you should have and how to build this out. I only do this approach because I've failed so many times in building applications that hit a peak and never could scale after that. So trying to manage that, again, like we have that nicety of like choice and selection, and again, we get to feel like a developer, we're writing code and we're picking solutions, but we have to have that knowledge to back that up. And it sounds terrible to kind of say, like, experienced developers should be leaning towards a solution, not necessarily brand new junior developers, because you have to like literally build it wrong so many times to know how to write a Webpack config. I still to this day copy and paste them from Stack Overflow, but at least I know bits of the pieces that I'm copy and pasting and why I'm copy and pasting at this point. So we kind of move up a little bit more. We're starting to add some batches to the solution, so we're looking at like Next.js. The beauty about Next.js is, again, we're writing React because it's the greatest framework ever, but it allows us then to kind of say, right, it dictates some of the things for me. If I don't know how I should be structuring my application, it dictates it. It's very focused towards like a page architecture of your pages are your views, you have a components folder, that's your reusable code. The routing is auto-generated based off your pages, so we've got that routing solution built in first. It knows how to render things on the server. I don't have to write that implementation myself. So it's kind of adding those little things, adding some of the batteries to help me along my way. If I'm not too sure if I need these things, it's giving them to me and telling me and giving me a direction. And it has opinions around testing. It is unit tested focused. React testing library kind of comes bundled with it, so it gives us that architecture. State, we're using React so we can like work upon like React's component state or context or global state, but it leaves gaps for us to kind of fill in. So context in React is great, but I maybe want to use Redux or Recoil or some global state management library. I have that choice to drop that in. I'm not kind of focused and change to that solution. Same goes for like forms and tables. I don't think there really is like the React table unless you're using React table as a framework. But you have choice. You can build your own, you can build upon another. Same goes with forms. You're not really tied into any solution there. It gives you that freedom, so you're still getting to feel like that developer, writing your own code, interacting with things, managing dependencies. But you have like a kind of framework behind you and a community and a maturity that's kind of focusing and pushing you in the right direction. Again, there's headaches around that where now you're managing dependencies and you might not necessarily know why you're managing them or what they're for. So how you kind of balance that out, there's the overhead of like going through and updating NPM packages. If you update to like the next version of Next.js and it doesn't really match your deployment style or how you want to build, you're still kind of tied into that solution. So how do you kind of manage those things? And it gives headaches. Like we in work have laptops that don't stay alive for very long, apparently. We in work have a session like once a month where we go through and we look at every NPM package and like check to see does it need updated, does it need moved. And 9 out of 10 times, like we're so many majors behind the latest that we're like we can't confidently update. So that gives us those headaches. Like having those batteries included for us gives us those additional kind of worries and woes that we need to deal with. And then finally in our battle we have the likes of our Angular CLI. So again, and I use that terminology, but like it's like the Tesla of batteries where it gives you like everything, which is amazing if like you just need to build an application. Like it gives you a networking interface, so like it has its own HTTP library. With Next.js, you kind of have to find your own. You could use fetch, but nobody wants to use fetch because you have to write a load of like boilerplate over the top. Or you could use like Access or Super Agent if that's still going. With Angular, like that's out of the box. It tells you how to do it. You use RxJS in conjunction with the HTTP function. It pushes you in the line of TypeScript, so it's pushing you in the right direction. Like this is how you should be writing your code and developing. It has forms with validation built in. It has a good structure. It's component more focused, I think, when I was kind of working and playing with it. But it's still giving you that instruction and that focus and where to like kind of drive your development towards. Again, the downside is it's made all those choices for you. You don't have that freedom. Like you can bring in new libraries. You could probably use Sass instead of less, or CSS modules, whatever you need to do, or you could, don't have to use the HTTP library. You could use Access. You can change out the state management. It does provide state in the sense of like TypeScript class-based state, and I see a lot of people use Redux with it. So there's some little choices, but it feels very dictated and very focused and chosen for you. So you kind of lack that, I'm no longer a developer almost, like I'm just kind of building with this tool, and then you kind of slowly become like an Angular developer. I know I call myself a React developer, which I really shouldn't. So you kind of get stuck in that rut and that pattern, and I know people who write Angular, and they're probably hating me right now for bad-mouthing it so much, but it kind of ties you in and grandfathers into a lot of these solutions. The middle ground is potentially next, like when we think about that battle, like, who kind of wins. So, the main question here, do we go for batteries, or do we go for no batteries? This is where no one's going to be happy. It really depends, annoyingly. Like, there is no kind of one solution fits all. We think about, like, if we go back to that very, very kind of starting slide, what is it we're trying to build here? What does our users need? What is our user going to do with the application? Like, yeah, I could build a wedding invitation site in Angular, but like, I'm shipping a ton of code to the client that they're never actually going to interact with or use, and maybe, yeah, I could tree shake things out or whatever. It's kind of trying to get that balance of like, what do I actually need and what do I need to grow with? Like, initially, I would have always went for the raw React and Webpack solution and add things as and when I need them. But sometimes you're not too sure, like, what is it I actually need? Is that the right library to use? Trying to pick a state management library in React right now is really difficult because they all kind of more or less do the same thing, but they do it in 100 different ways, and every one is blazingly fast and better than the rest. So trying to, like, you have that kind of uncertainty and doubt when you're picking these libraries and what you can do with them. I think nowadays, when I kind of move forward with how I think about things, I would lean towards like the Next.js solution. It's given me the architecture. It's dictating testing, which is a good practice. It gives me some state. I can use React or I can go outside. It handles the writing for me in a very dynamic and intuitive way that I can build out my application. It gives me enough that I can be dangerous and I can build a product and I can have a team of developers who are all in the same thought process and how they think and how they build and how they ship code. But I still have the freedom of choice. I can still pull things out, put them back in. I can change things up. I don't necessarily have to stick with Next. I could rip some of the architecture and frameworks out of it. So I have the ability to kind of chop and change and how to move forward. Again, it's just before hitting that that Angular stage of like, everything's provided, everything's done, you can't really move and change with it. So having that solution. And Next.js is the flavor of the month at the minute. Remix, potentially in a couple of months, or if I give this talk next year, I'll be recommending that. But a framework that gives you the tools to build, but gives you the freedom to still have a choice and still make changes and pick up different tools and libraries and essentially build what you need to build to give your customer what they actually need. And thank you very much.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, nice to meet you. No, I didn't even notice. I should have.
I will.
Oh, yeah. That's fine.
Okay, welcome back from after the break, everybody. Hopefully your tea and coffee was enough. So next up we have Peter, and he leads the developer experience team at Firebolt. And we've had a bunch of wonderful wizards and magicians up here, and data magicians and front-end wizards. But now I'm going to assume that we're going to go into more of like a Marvel theme now and talk about the superheroes of automation. So, the stage is all yours.
Superheroes of automation is going to be a hard act to follow, but we'll see how we get on. Well, nice to meet you folks. Brief introduction for myself. I have been a SWE/SRE for about 20 years. In my current position, I run both the SRE teams and the DevX team at Firebolt, which is a cloud-hosted database solution. Much more interesting than that, however, is things that I like and I don't. Specifically, I like it when people are able to go ahead and do their jobs unhindered. But more importantly, I really do not like it when people are unable to do so and they're slowed down due to nonsense, and that's really what the objective of this talk is going to be around. So what problems are we trying to solve? I can certainly speak for my current company. Whenever I first joined, there were a lot of conversations in Slack like, hey, can somebody go ahead and create an S3 bucket for me? Can somebody go set up an ECR repo for me? Hey, I need access to some production VM. Hey, we need logs, so on and so forth. And what was standard at the time was somebody from a designated DevOps team would go off, save the day, perform whatever task needed to be done. The whole process was slow. To try and quantify a hypothetical, in the bottom you've seen I've just taken an arbitrary set of numbers. Let's say it's a small 100-person company. If you have 4 people requesting help per day with an average of 1 hour delay, and then on the other side you have the implementers, the DevOps team, helping with an impact of about 30 minutes to their time, it works out at about 126 hours per month that you're wasting on that very small scale. On top of the hours wasted, you have the cost of context switching. Some DevOps engineer in this example has to stop what they're doing and go over and completely switch tasks. It's manual, so there's an increased cost of human error, and it can even impact, and it has impacted, certainly at Firebolt when I first joined, mean time to repair for incidents. We need to bounce a service in some box. If the story there is Bob from DevOps needs to SSH on the machine, figure out what account it is, which region, which instance. It's a very long, painful process. And of course, this cost compounds as the business scales. A lot of companies are much bigger than this. If you add complexity and the number of people, it gets a lot more painful. So how can we improve things? Well, as we alluded to in our hypothetical, what I've seen some places do is have a DevOps team, which of course is the first sign that the company isn't doing any DevOps. And that's painful for everybody, right? I still need to go and ask somebody from that blessed team to go and do a thing. They need to stop what they're doing and go and carry out the task. The other option is to go completely open. This will make CISOs terribly sad. And the scope there is high due to technical complexity for human error. Do you want Bob from accounts being able to bind services in production? Probably not. Runbook documents are nice. In practice, do they drastically decrease these sort of metrics? Probably not. So that leads us on to scripts and servers and manage access control, auditing, job scheduling. That sounds like a lot of work, of course. However, it is not, thanks to a piece of software that I'm going to demonstrate today called Rundeck. Most notably, there is an open source version of this software that is extremely robust, and it's very easy to get set up. And it comes with a lot of the attributes that we want to solve these problems. So we're going to jump into the product, but before I do, there's a number of ways that you can go and get started with Rundeck. The first option, that one-liner, will literally, if you run that on a server that's exposed to the business, technically that's all you need to do. However, that has an in-memory H2 database. There's no real stateful management. So we're going to go for option 2 and use Docker Compose to quickly spin up a Rundeck service and also a Postgres database that we can store all of our state. So if we tear the database down and bring it back up, we haven't lost any work. So to do this, I'm going to quickly jump over to, don't worry, I'm not going to code a bunch of YAML and have you guys watching me, but I'll briefly describe what this file's doing for the unfamiliar. So Docker Compose is a technology that allows you to spin up n number of Docker containers. It allows you to define things like environment variables, network conditions, etc. So in this top section, you can see we're using a custom Rundeck image. In reality, that's me just stealing the Rundeck upstream Docker Hub image of 470 and installing a few extra binaries and libraries on top of it that we're going to use for our demo. Specifically, we're going to install Python, pip, and install a couple of libraries for interacting with Kubernetes and AWS. The implementation here will differ depending on what your business needs. We also mount a couple of volumes here. In the demo, I will be showing automation scripts interacting with both Kubernetes and AWS. The way I've done that for the sake of this demonstration is I've just mounted those directories from the host, my laptop. In practice, you probably want something more verbose, but I didn't want to call it out in case anybody was wondering how Rundeck just magically connects to an Amazon account and a Kubernetes cluster. And the other service is just Postgres. Now, I've also bolted on 2 extra services at the bottom here. These are to effectively just simulate nodes. These might be VMs inside your environment. But in the demonstration, I want to show being able to connect and execute commands on n number of connected nodes. So I have this service running at the minute. This is what the Rundeck UI looks like. You can see here I have a demo project already set up for NIDC. And projects have their own set of jobs. It's how you help organize things within Rundeck. And in this particular project, you can see I've pre-populated it with a couple of jobs that might give you an idea of what kind of problems you can help solve in your business. Things like creating an S3 bucket. If that is something like a field solution architect or a support engineer needs to do, but your security model is set up so that those roles don't necessarily get AWS access out of the box. By fronting that functionality in front of a web UI that you can control and pre-configure this functionality, it allows you to have that person in SA or support perform those functions. Break glass is a common utility for Rundeck. The notion that you want to restrict your production access, it's something that even engineers don't necessarily have automatic access to. Depending on your CISO's preference, that might be some approval process, but if you can get that automated in some shape or form, it drastically decreases the amount of time it takes an engineer to get into a production box if they need to. I also threw in some examples for orchestrating services on Kubernetes. Now this, to caveat, is probably not how you should do this. Argo CD is probably a better solution if you want to spin up services on Kubernetes. However, there is a Kubernetes plugin for Rundeck that is useful for running things like jobs, stuff that you don't necessarily want to constantly maintain the state and Git. You just want to run some form of network diagnosis tool or backup job for whatever reason. But if we have time, I will show spinning up a Jupyter Notebook environment. Use case there might be maybe you have a research department, and even if they have Kubernetes access, they don't want to go ahead and maintain all those config files. They'd much rather have a little button they can click whenever they want to spin up a notebook in the environment, and another button to delete it. Lastly, there's a couple examples on node management. So in the Docker Compose file that I showed, it had those 2 separate nodes. Here we'll just demonstrate the ability to execute arbitrary commands. So that leads us nicely on to how you create a job. Well, you can do this programmatically if you like. Rundeck does expose an API. It also exposes a CLI, but it's a little prettier for demo purposes for us to to go down the UI route, so this is what I'll do. In this view, you can define a job name, so I'll just say NIDC, AWS, create bucket. And then you can define your workflow, which breaks down into what options do you want to expose in your user interface and your API, and then, of course, the script itself. So for this dummy job that we're going to set up, the idea will be that we set up the ability to create an S3 bucket on AWS. And the parameters that we expect the user to care about is what region that's going to be spun up in and what name should the bucket get. So we can do that by defining the region. And here we'll say that the default value is going to be EUS1. But we'll also want to allow the user to specify ES East 1 as well. We'll say that it's required. Now we're going to add the bucket name. This will be a free text input, so we'll just say that it's required and save that. So now we've defined the options that we want to expose for this test job. Now we want to define the workflow. In the example here, we'll just write a single simple script. However, Rundeck does support a whole bunch of functionality for Kubernetes and also chaining together various different Rundeck scripts. So in theory, you can have one script that generates the option values that you would then pass into another script. So you get this kind of, not necessarily graph, but chained orchestration of jobs. So for this, we're going to choose a script. Now that editor is a little too small for me, so I'm going to quickly jump over to VS Code to write out the script that I want to handle accepting the options that a user has passed, the bucket name and the region. And then it's going to use a Python library called Boto3 to request the spin up of that service. So I'll not turn this too much into a Python talk, so I'll keep this as quick as I can. So whenever Rundeck accepts the options, it exposes those as environment variables to your script with a prefix of rd_option. So we hop back here, we can see we named these options bucket_name and region. So I'm going to add that back onto the end of my environment variable. The same for bucket name. Now that we have our environment variables exposed to us, I'm going to call the Python library Boto3, which is a standard library for interacting with AWS. And because errors happen, I will also import the client error. There we go. So I will try to establish a client, Boto3, which will be an S3 client in the region that was provided by a user. So that's our environment variable. I will then create a bucket and give it the bucket name that we were passed from our script. There is then create bucket configuration. We want to give it a location constraint of the region that's passed. And if we get here, we're happy. Created, and we'll handle the error. Client error as error. There. So in theory, there's 16 lines that, yeah, it's not the most useful piece of automation, that you're not going to revolutionize your business, but hopefully it demonstrates that you can invest a tiny piece of time. And now Bob from accounts, who needs S3 and has been asking the DevOps team to create it for him for a couple of months, now I no longer need to ask, and you're saving a lot of time of delay in the context switching of the DevOps team. Of course, the proof is in the pudding, and I haven't ran this yet, so we'll see if there are any errors soon enough. Let's just hit and hope. I've got bucket name, but bucket in the top. I didn't quite pick that up, but because this is bucket underscore name here, this is just a label for the input. And how this is sent to the Python script is exposed as an environment variable with rd underscore option underscore and then the name. So is that what you were pointing out? Ah, there you go. Perfect. You see me embarrass myself. So we'll see this option. Okay. So hopefully, our code will work at this point. This is the expected user experience. So I, as Bob from accounts that needs S3 buckets to dump my monthly billing reports into, and say Bob's bucket. I'll give it some arbitrary number just in case Bob's bucket already exists in AWS. You can click S3, and we can see our output. and somebody has already got a Bob's bucket, so we'll maybe pick a different example. Boom. What is the odds of Bob's bucket 173 already existing? So now if I go over to AWS just to prove that stuff actually happened, we can see that we do have indeed our S3 bucket. Now that isn't, as I said, the most sexy piece of automation you're going to roll into your business. So to try and showcase some more rich functionality, we'll go ahead and deploy that Jupyter notebook. So this is the scenario where maybe you've got some researchers and they'd like to be able to spin up a dedicated Jupyter notebook inside your environment where they can store and demonstrate their scripts. This particular one has no inputs required from the user. And you can see here it is creating a Jupyter deployment. Specifically, it's doing this on Kubernetes. It also creates a Jupyter service. And the last note is it just waits for the status of that deployment to become ready. So if you jump over to a terminal, and I say kubectl, we can see that we have our, if that isn't too small, Jupyter notebook service running, and using the standard Kubernetes tooling, I can say that I want to forward Jupyter notebook on the given port, which is 8888. Then if I hop back here, we can see that we actually have our Jupyter notebook in place, all with a click of a button. The last piece of functionality I want to show in Rundeck is how it manages nodes. So far, both of these scripts have just ran on the Rundeck host itself. In practice, we have a lot of VMs running, and of course, Rundeck has a notion of node management. So there is a primitive in Rundeck called resources, and resources can be either statically defined or dynamic. That means that you could have a shell script that is constantly changing the inventory of your cluster. So here, if we say we search for all nodes, we can see the two dummy nodes that we had in our Docker Compose file. So we can create jobs that execute on nodes based on the pattern. So here we will run a simple script that just runs vmstat, iostat, mpstat on all of the available nodes. So you get to see a nice execution summary, and I can jump in and really quickly see output from each of those nodes. Of course, these aren't separate VMs or just Docker containers, but demo razzle dazzle. You'll have to excuse me for shortcuts taken. You can also just send arbitrary commands to those nodes as well. So for example, if we wanted to say, let's run mpstat.pl on all of the available nodes. Of course, I type that into the nodes window. There we go. You can see it just, it returns the response almost instantly. Now there's a bunch of stuff in Rundeck that I haven't shown here. It has auditing. So for example, if we hop back to the home page, we can see a list of all of the executions, who executed them, when they executed it, what were the input parameters. We can also hook up jobs to have webhooks for certain events, like the job started, the job failed, the job succeeded. There's also a plugin that will automatically post to Slack. So you can see, as I've been running the tests as part of this presentation, the status of those jobs and the success and links off to them, their inputs, have all been dumped into Slack. So for the place where I work, at least, this is how most of the company keeps track of the change of state of the system. We also push execution state, the audit log, in the S3 as well, which keeps the CISO happy. So I'll quickly jump back to try and wrap up with some tips. So I hope what I've shown you so far is that you can get started with this stuff really, really quickly. It's not something where you need to sit down for a week or you need a team. Rundeck at Firebolt was started by me over a lunchtime. Some of the tips I would give you, though, is that work with your CISO as early as possible. Your CISO should be the last person to discover that you're exposing AWS and Kubernetes APIs to the whole business. So definitely win that individual on board quickly. Make your scripts robust. If suddenly people are seeing AWS exceptions and Kubernetes exceptions and Python exceptions, there's going to be a lack of trust in your tool, and you'll find individuals will still reach out to Trusted Bob in the DevOps department. And definitely record the metrics and be loud about the wins. That also includes metrics about current state and quantify the pain, because you're really doing a lot of good for the business, saving this amount of time, and being able to demonstrate that to your peers and getting other people excited will help culturally shift from the old, more manual mindset into, if there's something that feels like a bit of toil, we should probably wrap that up in a Rundeck script. And that's all, folks. Hopefully I've sparked a few ideas. You can reach out to me on any of the links above, and I'll open it up at this point for questions. Thanks for saving my butt on the line 11.
So you mentioned, like, for example, like somebody from finance using this kind of thing. When they interact with Rundeck, or like what level do they interact with? Like, is it the dashboards section of that they would literally be logging into and like typing their script, or their like bucket name into? Is that what they see?
Yeah, exactly. So for example, let's create another hypothetical scenario. Let's imagine we have somebody from finance who has, part of their day job is to figure out how much are each team spending in a particular domain, like CI costs or artifact storage or something like that. I know that story for Firebolt historically had been quite manual. You know, they would have to reach out to somebody, and we no longer have a DevOps team, but at that time had a DevOps team member who would go off and query AWS or look up at the billing dashboard. And now they go and they just ask Rundeck. There's a job for that. They fill in which team that they want to get information about. They can specify a service in a region, and they just get the same answer that they would have got by going and asking those individuals directly. And it's the same, it's not just finance. Our support team do the same if they need to get break glass access, if they need to bounce a service. All of that is, we basically try and take any conversation that they would have had with somebody in those platform engineering teams or DevOps teams, and just turn it into a UI. We figure out the scripts and expose it. The turnaround for the scripts is pretty quick as well, which is important. Our current average request to
The script being in production is about 4 hours.
Hi, does Rundeck come with the concept of permission levels then for jobs? So say Bob from accounts wants to see one job, but engineering shouldn't have exposure to that?
Yep, very good question. I've only got one user here, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to really show much about it. But Rundeck has its own ACL. So the way that works is mostly scoped to projects. And you can also scope the specific jobs within those projects. But the way we certainly divide ACL up with our implementation is each team is exposed to n number of different projects. And then there's only a very special set of individuals who will have the ability to create and edit jobs. For the rest of the business, they can read the code and execute it, but they can't change it, which gives us some security controls. There's also, with the Rundeck open source version, it also supports pre-authenticated mode. That means you can front your own auth proxy in front of it, which is exactly what we do. We handle auth with Okta. We get the headers and then we send it down to Rundeck, which means it automatically knows what user it is. So we have no real user management per se inside Rundeck. It's all done with the reverse proxy.
Else? No? Perfect. Oh.
I'll go over here because you've already got one.
Nice talk. General question about automation. So how do you balance? So I work with a lot of scientists and researchers, and their work changes quite often, or what they need to do changes quite often. So how do you balance one-off work versus investing the time to automate stuff?
Yeah, we really don't do any one-off work. So Rundeck has its own kind of qualification gate for when we will jump in and start to write scripts, and typically that's tied around toil. You know, we very rarely get a Rundeck job request that is, hey, we think we're going to need this feature in 2 months' time. Instead, it's like, oh, this is already painful in the business. We would like to go ahead and save time. Specifically, back to my the tips point. Whenever I first released Rundeck at Firebolt, which was Valentine's Day, February 14th, I did so with a big pitch, quantifying the pain and quantifying some of the metrics. And the reason I've called that out as a tip is that even today, people reason about problems in that way when they talk to me about automation at Firebolt. So nobody comes and says, hey, we just need a feature. They say, here's the actual metric for how painful this thing is. How much effort would it cost to automate it? Right? And you have to be sensible there too, right? Sometimes things are actually sadly easier to do manually because they're diverse or whatever. But that is the decision-making process. Is it toil? Is it repetitive? And getting the velocity of script execution down to about a 4-hour window is critical to that as well. Otherwise, it's kind of, if a repetitive task is only taking somebody 20 minutes, it's harder for you to justify to the business, hey, I need to spend 4 hours writing this thing up. There's another.
So, like with you giving people this power, do you find you have to do much like cleanup or put much governance around it? Like just thinking of people, like again, example finance, like somebody's creating this, but maybe next month they would create it again, next month they create it again, like your bucket that they're putting something into. Do you have to do much around that?
Yeah, so that's a really good point, and that's exactly why make your scripts robust is in here, because we get users will always use things in an unpredictable way. So that means that instead of just having a create script or a get artifact script, that there's some sense checking. For example, let's say you have some script that takes a bunch of files from all of your nodes, tars them up, and pushes them to S3. We have something similar at Firebolt called an information gathering job. If, for whatever reason, a process has died, not written one of those files, you don't want your script to just die. I might understand that as the script owner. Bob from finance, or in this case, someone from support, may not understand. So making sure your scripts are really robust for kind of any scenario that a user who doesn't have the implementation detail active in their memory is really important.
if they make things that they're going to end up not using, like you end up with one user having a bunch of S3 buckets, like cleanup kind of stuff, you know?
Got it. Yeah, well, we handle that with different tools. So, for example, we have lifecycle exploration policies automatically tied in, so we would never just create an S3 bucket. Typically, those things are wrapped into wider processes, and we have a lot of peripheral services that pick up kind of cruft in our infrastructure. But mostly for this particular example, we would just lean on something like lifecycle policies. We don't necessarily care that the bucket exists, but if there's large files that nobody's using, we certainly try and clean those things up. Again, a lot of the cost reports are pullable from Rundeck as well. So if the team's curious about how much they're spending, they can get a quick analysis for where all their costs is laid out over AWS, and often do their own tidy up.
See, if you're working in like a mixed OS environment, is there ways of like integrating with, say, Windows type things, PowerShell, etc.?
Dan, that is an area. Windows is an area I know very little about, but in theory, if you can speak to it, sure. So if I can send it some network request, yeah, I could run something on it. My default rabbit hole I want to run down here is WSL and talk about Linux inside Windows, just because I'm not comfortable enough with Windows. But yeah, if you can speak to it over a network, yeah, sure.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Okay, this is our penultimate talk for Hall 1B, and we have Niall, who's a seasoned software developer. He currently works at Apex Fintech Solutions, one of our gold sponsors. Thank you very much. You're showing great representation in the second row. And Niall's going to be taking us through being proactive and engineering your happiness. So, go ahead.
Thank you. So just bear with me a second while I move this part out. Okay, so thanks very much everyone for coming today. It's my name's Niall Haslam, and I want to talk to you today about some of the lessons and some of the sort of opportunities that we have after we've come back from the pandemic. So I think we've had a lot of struggles. We've had to really change fundamentally the way that we think about work. We've made a lot of changes and reflected and had the opportunities to reflect on how we want to work. And a lot of that conversation is focused around remote work or asynchronous work. But I want to frame it in terms of how we think about how we can make our work more meaningful and to have more purpose, and how to make ourselves happier. And it's great to be back together today as a community. This is, I think, only the second time I've been at a live in-person conference since COVID, and it's great to be in Belfast for that, talking to people from the tech community after so long being apart from each other. And it's fantastic to have that opportunity to meet up again and talk to each other and reflect upon what it's been like living through COVID, and now we're coming out the other side. We've got this opportunity to think about how to make things better, and I think we should really seize that opportunity. So I want to start by saying, I really enjoy my job, and I think that's a really great position to be in. I get great satisfaction from building systems and products that change the world. And there's a lot to be said for being happy and enjoying your job. And I'd like everyone to be happy in their job, basically. That's just the starting premise for this. So I want to use this time to kind of reflect upon, well, what are the drivers of happiness, and how can we be happy in work? And that should be seen as being happy in work in addition to being happy at home and happy in your community and in your other relationships. And I think also one of the great things that came out of COVID was this real sort of understanding of the need to practice self-care, and a growing realization about the importance of practicing self-care and focusing on well-being, outside of the physical well-being, but starting to focus more on building strong mental health and strong mental health and well-being. And I think that some of the tenets of thinking about things in terms of happiness will allow us to build more resilient ways of working that allow us to be happier in our work. So I've said that I'm happy in my job and that I enjoy my work. So how many people here would be happy to say the same? Can I get a show of hands? How many people would say they're happy? And one of the interesting, thanks to everyone and hopefully no recruiters were paying attention there when we all did that. One of the funny things is that there is this kind of reticence to respond to that question. And it should be such a simple question, and yet we do find it difficult. And I think if you aren't happy in your job, that's fine. Don't worry, you're not alone. And I'm going to talk a little bit now about some of the practical steps you can take to help understand what is happiness and how can I get there if I'm not currently there. And I'm going to talk about it at kind of 3 different levels. So the first one is probably the hardest one for you to control. That's the happiness, being happy as an organisation or as a group of people. And that's frequently because the happiness of the organisation is kind of outside of your control, and you have fewer levers to control the happiness of the whole organisation unless you're the CEO, and we can't all be CEO, so that's very hard. But we can place ourselves within organisations that are aligned to our values and therefore maximise our chances of success in finding happiness within those organisations. And I think as part of the Great Resignation or quiet quitting or those kind of processes that have been going on in the world, many people have left their current positions and gone somewhere else. And a lot of the drivers for why they've moved is people have migrated towards organisations that have prioritised more of the same things that they themselves prioritise. So for some people it's a greater social purpose, for others it's greater flexibility in their working lives, or more autonomy. Now we can't always change jobs, so we do also have to understand how to affect those levers within the organisations we find ourselves. Your teammates are also going to be like a big driver or responsible for a large extent for your own happiness and in the more kind of like day-to-day. Their feedback on your work, the support that they provide whenever things are going wrong, and just the general kind of like environment in which you operate is going to have big ramifications or major ramifications on the amount of happiness that you experience. So I think that's really important. And it's also really important to understand like your role in contributing to the happiness of others. And you find yourself in a team. Are you contributing positively or negatively to the happiness of the other people around you? You also have to be careful that you need to understand that in order to spend that excess energy, you need to be making sure that you're taking care of yourself and that you're practicing good self-care and that you're in a position to be able to give some of that excess over. So this all sounds very, very lofty and somewhat, I don't know, far away from like our day-to-day. So what are some of the practical things that you can do in your day-to-day and in your job in order to maximise your chances of experience and happiness? I think before I kind of go into that, it's really necessary to put out a definition of what is happiness. And I'm going to put out a definition of happiness as experiencing contentment. And you might say that that's a very unambitious definition of happiness. So I'm not talking about reaching nirvana or reaching some kind of like spiritual Zen moment. I'm just talking about being happy day to day with what's going on around you and with the way that you're carrying out your work. But I think by giving that definition, it's going to help you understand, am I experiencing happiness? Am I unhappy? Or what's going on whenever you are thinking and reflecting about whether or not you're happy. I think as engineers, we can recognise happiness as simplicity, and it's kind of in that same kind of spirit of contentment. So when you're designing an algorithm, you want it to be really parsimonious. When you're thinking about designing a system, we all know that refrain, keep it simple, stupid. Or when you're training a machine learning algorithm, you want that algorithm to get into the lowest energy state possible and for it to stop searching the space for more solutions or a better answer. And that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about happiness, a contentment with where you are and where you find yourself. In terms of definitions, it's sometimes easier just to think about like what it's not. So I want to say that happiness is not laughing excessively, so it's not mania. And I think it's also about like making sure that you're not avoiding painful decisions, or it's not about the absence of any kind of suffering. I think as teams, like one of the most important drivers of being a good and effective team together is actually going through painful experiences and then coming together and through experiencing that adversity together, you become happier as a unit. And then the final kind of way of thinking about it is that happiness is really that state of positive well-being. So it's kind of like the antithesis of those negative states around. You're not anxious, you're not sitting there or anything like that. So this talk is about how to achieve some of those feelings like contentment, joy, and a sense of belonging, and how you do that in your workplace. So one of the main kind of drivers of having happiness is at the personal level, thinking about purpose. And so the exercise here that I would encourage people to do to kind of help them understand, like where does the joy in their work come from, is think back about the last pull request that you've put in, or the last piece of work that you've completed that made you feel happy. You were like, yeah. And what was that feeling about, or where was that coming from? So it could be that it was a particularly elegant solution, and just really clever, and you're like, yeah, really nailed that. Or it could be that you're working more in the UI, and it really met the user's needs. Or it could just be that you got it done really quickly, and you got a real sense of pride from the quick turnaround time. And then you take that kind of feeling and you map that to some kind of value that represents. So in the case of the elegance of the solution, it's about managing complexity, it's about cleverness, and those sort of things are things that you therefore find joy from. So like with the meeting user needs, it could be about helping others. Quick turnaround time, it's about efficiency. What we want to try and do with this exercise is then find more opportunities to have that feeling, so that we can then have this real kind of like positive feedback loop that lets us get the sense of appreciation and accomplishment that we get from completing the task, that's aligned to the value that we have, that we think will make us happier. And so it's really about like maximizing the opportunities to achieve that. So if you find yourself like constantly being happy about the elegance of solutions and maybe aren't that bothered about meeting the user's needs, then you should probably find yourself in a role that doesn't require you to meet the user's needs very often. And vice versa, if you find yourself getting excited about meeting the user's needs and meeting with the user and seeing the expression on their face when you show them it all working, if that's what brings you joy, then you should find more opportunities to do that. So then the other two tenets of happiness, they come down to two other aspects, so mastery and autonomy. And they're basically at a high level your ability to actually do your job, and then the control that you have over it. So autonomy, I think everyone kind of instinctively understands why this is a good thing, and why we need this in order to do our jobs. So autonomy is really about boundaries on what you're being asked to do. So it's not so big that you've no structure and no idea how to start the things. That's just going to lead to you like wondering, and you'll not understand how to make progress. And it's not about having it's not about having no control either. So it's not about micromanagement, because I think we'd all agree that the micromanagement is not something that we want to experience. So you want to find this balance in terms of the amount of autonomy that you have, and it comes down to being able to do the thing that you are being asked to, the piece of work that you're being asked to complete. And this should be reasonably easy for you to find within a role, and it should almost be taken for granted. And if you don't find that, then you've really got to figure out some ways to address that, and work on, say, if it's a micromanagement at one level, or in the definition if it's on the other side. So the last one then is mastery, and this one's a little bit more difficult to discuss in terms of like how this will drive your happiness. So at the core of this is a desire to implement the solution that you've been asked to develop in the best possible way. And so if you can sort of visualize, like, what would the best version of me do in this instance? Or if you think that somebody else is a lot better at it, what would that person do if they were given this task? Or if you're thinking about getting, say you're thinking about getting promoted, you're thinking like, what would next year's Niall do, or what would Niall in 5 years' time be doing that would be better about this task that I've currently got in front of me? And then think, like, well, what is next year's Niall doing that's better? Like, what's he done that's extra on top of what I've delivered here today? And then you're always kind of like constantly striving to get to that better version of what you want, or what you've been asked to do. And I think one of the things that's nice about this is if you're working on a team, everyone has like different points of view on what that ideal version looks like. So now you start to bring together these, the different values that the members of the team have. So like some people are really interested in meeting the user needs, some people are really interested in coming up with clever solutions. And by combining those values and trying to get to the best version of those, then you start to come together and build something that's much greater than the sum of the parts. But it's in that striving that the real happiness comes from. Because if it's too easy, you're not going to get that sense of accomplishment and appreciation for doing it. I think in terms of anti-patterns, like this is another thing around the mastery, that if you find yourself like constantly given tasks that you don't have a natural inclination to or a natural desire to really do the best job of, then again that should be a little like kind of warning sign that maybe this kind of work isn't really for me. Okay, so now you've got those sort of like foundational tenets of what is likely to create an environment for happiness. Then the next stage is really about like achieving flow. And if you're not familiar with the term, think back to the last time you just lost yourself in the moment. You're just heads down for hours. You forgot about lunch, and you forgot about everything around you, and you were just concentrated on what you were doing. Or you were listening to music, and again you just lost yourself for hours, not really thinking about anything else other than the task at hand. So the listening to the music or the doing implementing the solution. And then this state is really the state of being happy, because you're content at that moment in time. You're not looking for anything else. You're just doing what's in front of you. And I think when we think about like creative work in particular, like this is the state that we're trying to get into, and we should maximize the opportunities that we have to get into this state and to feel this sort of sense. And I think just to keep going back to this idea of like anti-patterns, like procrastination is sort of like the opposite of flow. And if you think about procrastination, it's like, I don't want to do that task right now. And there's generally something that's blocking you from doing that. And it's probably one of those three things that have come before. So, I'm not a completionist, so I'm not going to get to 100% of doing that job. That's just not how it works for me, say. Or I don't really know how to do that job, so I don't really know how to start. So I'm missing the mastery of the problem domain, and that's what's causing the hesitation or the procrastination. And so that's why I'm arguing that these three tenets, the mastery, autonomy, and purpose, are really foundational for getting into this flow state and making sure that you're most likely to maximize your chances of doing a good job and then being happy that you've done a good job. And then one final kind of like anti-pattern to sort of like watch out for is trying to do two things at once. So if you're moving into a new domain, so say for example you've moved from working in flood insurance to trading equities, you don't want to now take on learning a new language, so learning Erlang or something. You want to try and tackle one new thing kind of at a time. So if you make a transition in terms of the domain that you're working on, try to stick to using the same tools that you're familiar with in order to again, maximise your chances of achieving mastery and being able to develop a good solution. And then if you do want to take on like a new framework or learn a new pattern or way of doing things, then choose a domain that you're already, like a problem domain that you're already familiar with, so that then, again, you're not taking on too much and you're not trying to do two things at the same time. So that's at the personal level, and I think those things still work actually at the team level, because what it really comes down to at the team level is purpose. And we want to all make sure that we're all aligned. We want to know that we'd prefer to work in a happier team, and we'd like to know that that our teammates all that we all want the same things. So one of the easiest ways to achieve this is to come up with some kind of like development norms or a charter for the team that sets out how the team wants to behave, or a manifesto. Again, some kind of document that outlines like these are the objectives of this team. And the reason for wanting to do that is that it makes it really easy for everyone in the team to know like what are the things that are going to be rewarded, what's going to be appreciated by the other people that I'm working with. And feeling appreciation is, again, one of these things that will make you feel happier. Like people saying like, good job, thank you, that helped me. Those are all statements that you want to maximize the opportunities for hearing from other people. I think the big thing to watch out for is again to make them unambitious. So to make sure that whatever you say that these things are, that you really do live them and you do hold each other accountable for them. So it's really easy to say, oh yeah, we really care about security or code quality or test coverage. But then when push comes to shove, those things all get thrown out the door, and then at the crunch time, you just get the release out, and you promise yourselves that you'll go back and fix those things. Like so don't do that. Do make sure that you put in place those processes early doors, so that you really can live them. So one of the examples I have of like what as a real driver of kind of like how to achieve this in Apex was our use of the developer experience team and some of the tooling changes that we made that led to the teams being happier. So you have to bear with me here, because that sounds like a fairly, again, lofty claim. So I'm going to just walk you through like why I think that happened and what worked about it. So we made the switch to trunk-based development, and along with that, switch to GitOps to help with our deployments and releases. And what I think happened is that basically there was a set of kind of behaviors that went along with moving to trunk-based development and GitOps that allowed more opportunities to reinforce good behaviors within the group. So like some simple examples are like testing. Because there were many more people now committing into the main branch much more often, the testing had to get a lot better, and it allowed developers to expose their work along the way to a particular feature much earlier to other developers, so that they could become aware of each other's work, and then start to build in tests that would allow them to interact with that at a much earlier date, or just allow them to make each other aware of it, and then use maybe feature flags to manage the interdependencies. And so those were things that we all kind of say, yeah, we should do that. But by moving to this model of development, it really forced us to live those kind of values that we'd previously said that we'd like to be able to do. So another example is the sneak was built into the build pipeline, and so you get feedback about introducing security vulnerabilities into the build and stuff like that. And it really helped make sure that we were able to live the values that we said that we wanted to have. So it's a bold claim. So how do I know that that's true, that it made us that it made us happier. I could just be saying that everyone was happier because I said that they were. Well, one of the things that we did was to ask the developers regularly, how happy are you? And people don't really like answering the question, how happy are you? But they were happy enough to answer, like, what's the climate like of the team? So we just asked them, basically, is it rainy? Is it sunny? Is it sunny with clouds? Or is it thunderstorms? And we just ask this like every week. A Slack bot would just ask this question, and we'd start to build up a picture of kind of like are things getting better or are things getting worse? And they absolutely were. Like the release process got a lot better. The number of thunderstorms that we experienced as a team came down, and the number of sunny days that we experienced as a team went up. And I think that there's something in this around we were able to identify like when our teammates, just everyone else is sunny and one guy's thunderstorms. It's like you okay? What's up? And allowed you to sort of check in and see like was there something that we were missing as a team about the collective view of the or collective perception of how things are going. And then finally, I want to talk just about organizations, and again make basically the same point, that it's about purpose. It's about understanding what's the mission, what's the vision, what's the purpose of the organization, and being really clear about that, and being really clear about how each team fits into that and how each individual can contribute to the overall goal. So whether that's using some kind of system like the North Star metric or OKRs, just explaining and providing that narrative around like how are your contributions being valued by the organization. That's really important that story gets told. And then I think the last one, and it, again, sounds really simple, but it's about being kind, and just in the spirit of definitions. Like I'm not saying a better definition for this is probably like the removal of incivility, and really like a focus on making sure that people aren't rude and that rude behaviour is not tolerated in the organisation. And that implementing the care within the organisation and really living that will make sure that the place is a much better place to live, and you're creating an environment in which people can be happy. And that's what I would encourage everyone to be, is to be happy. So to do that, you need to find a role that you're likely to be able to master. You need to find one that aligns with your values, and then start doing it and enter into that feedback loop. And finally, be kind. Thank you.
You free to go?
All right. Thanks very much, everyone. Have a good day.
So my name's Darren Abel, so I'm the Director of Engineering at Apex Fintech Solutions. So I joined the company 2.5 years ago. My role is really to supervise all the technology projects that we do in Belfast. Apex Fintech Solutions was formed in 2012 by Peak 6. So Peak 6 is an investment company, and Apex is essentially the technology company that is behind the trading solutions that we build for our customers. So the whole mission of Apex is really to democratize trading. They're one of the big disruptors in the industry. So it's because of Apex that people now can actually trade through their mobile phones. A lot of the work that we do, we can't disclose. It's under the radar, so to speak. We are really looking forward to, we have one of our other companies is speaking on it as well, Evil Geniuses. So we're looking forward to hearing what they've got to say, and as well as one of our own managers, Niall Haslam, he's also speaking at the conference. So we're really excited about those and to see what else other people are doing in Belfast. But like I say, the tech community in Belfast is huge, and we can't wait for the conference. Yeah, so obviously we were given the opportunity to sponsor NIDC, we jumped at it. So NIDC is obviously conference for developers, by developers. So one of the big things for us in Belfast is really getting our brand out there. We were previously known as Peak 6, and now we're known as Apex, so we're a subsidiary of Peak 6. So it's making sure that we get that out to our target audience, who are developers, because we're a technology company. And really then, obviously, during COVID, for instance, everybody's been at home, so we recognize how important it is to have events like this where we get everybody together. So that's why we kind of jumped at the chance and the opportunity then to sponsor NIDC, and we're really looking forward to the conference. So over the past 2.5 years, we've grown to 98 people. We're continuing to grow and continuing to hire in technology and operations. So if you're interested in joining us, please get in touch or speak to Clark and Robin in our stand.
All right, folks, if you wanna take a seat, we're gonna get into our last session for today. And last but certainly not least is Chloe McTeer. She's a senior software engineer at Hamilton Robinson. She's also an AWS community builder and has leveraged all of that knowledge to build out ID verification in what we can all agree is a digital world that it's hard to trust anyone these days. So Chloe, if you want to come on up.
So hi everyone, let's just get stuck right into ID verification. So since the dawn of time, there has been many forms of ID verification. Some early examples were as simple as someone you know just being able to recognize you out of a crowd. Throughout history, we've seen things like jewellery or even tattoos being used to identify bloodlines and even tribes. But as societies advanced in written language, some key identity enhancements started to evolve. So in 3800 BC came the first census. In 14 AD, the introduction of birth certificates. In 1414 was the first passport. In 1840, the introduction of photographic ID. And it wasn't until 1977 that the US government created a platform for cross-referencing IDs. But where there's opportunity, fraud will always follow, and so here began the human identity arms race. A recent survey by HelpNet Security shows that sophisticated identity document fraud has increased by 57% since 2020. In today's world, some countries have advanced biometrics in place or smart identity cards, but we still have a reliance on a lot of paper-based documents. Now, paper-based documents worked extremely well in traditional brick-and-mortar societies, but with the digitalization and the increase, with businesses and societies undergoing massive digital transformation and the rise of e-commerce and social media, it's not a surprise that the creation of fraudulent documents and identity impersonation is at this all-time high. I'm sure everyone here has seen or been a part of or has experienced identity fraud to some extent, whether it's been happening to you yourself or a family member or friend. It could have taken the form of your own documents being stolen, if someone impersonating or catfishing you online, or even financial identity theft. So although the type of identity documents have changed rapidly over the years, the way in which we verify them has not accelerated at the same rate. And most checks still involve some form of human manual verification. Today's identity documents still take on many forms, and some popular examples include passports, driving license, national ID cards, and recent utility bills. Overall, the pandemic has advanced the drive and need for remote digital identity services. In the above graph, you can see that the digitalization of consumer interactions have increased by several years just within the space of 2019 and 2020. During the pandemic, when it came to people needing to take out a new bank account, starting a fully remote job, or even taking out a new insurance plan, there needed to be a way to verify people without seeing them face to face. From banks and recruitment to e-commerce, identity plays a part in almost every aspect of our digital economy. An example of how the pandemic has changed ID verification, made a positive impact on changing document verification, can be demonstrated through the UK government. Pre-pandemic in the UK, all employers had to carry out face-to-face right-to-work checks with all of their employees to verify their identity documents. Failure to comply could result in fines of up to £20,000 per worker. But when the pandemic hit, necessity brought change, and temporary measures were introduced to allow employers to verify workers digitally using a new trust framework. Due to the success of the programme, it's now been extended on, and the government have announced a new Office of Digital Identities and Attributes, and they've released a detailed document of standards for identity services to comply with. So with this increasing need for new identity services to assist businesses, it leads nicely into what I've been working on. So hi everyone, I am Chloe McAteer. I am a senior software engineer at Hamilton Robson and an AWS community builder. At Hamilton Robson, we are a technology company who create digital services across social media, visitor attractions, construction and manufacturing. Recently, I've been working with a client who is on track to disrupt recruitment in the construction sector. A key part of that mission is overall enhancing the authenticity, security, and overall efficiency of verification on a range of physical documents. Each verification process we are creating has its own business rules, escalation paths, and asynchronous integrations. Since a passport is a universal document that I'm sure everyone here is familiar with, I'm going to use it to do a more detailed dive into how we identified what verification checks were needed and some of the issues that we faced along the way. Passports can be used as photographic ID, but they also contain fields such as your date of birth, your full name, the issuing country, and the passport's date of expiry. However, when you look at these passports on the screen from all different countries, you can see that although they all contain the same data, it isn't always in the same format. And one of the biggest culprits for this is dates. I think the right way to display dates and time has probably been a debate in all of our engineering teams, and it looks like the Global Passport Office haven't quite nailed that one either. Some countries you can see have an all-numerical date, and with this, some have a 4-digit year, some only have a 2-digit year, some have a text-based date, and with that, it varies across languages. But one thing we know for sure that is standardized across all passports universally is this field at the bottom of a passport known as an MRZ, which is a machine-readable zone. And maybe a lot of you haven't even noticed it before. So from this zone, we're able to identify all key passport information, so the passport's issuing country, the full name of the individual, their date of birth, date of expiry, and their personal number. So since we know that all of the data in this zone is going to be in a standardized format, it makes it a good place for us to start basing our automated checks off. It isn't enough to just verify that these fields are here. We also need to apply business logic to understand, are they the right length, are they in the right format, if they're dates, are they valid? Passports also have a checksum value for every value on the passport, and then one final checksum as a whole. This can be a huge indicator in fraudulent documents where someone has maybe updated different values in the passport, but they haven't updated the checksums, and so the maths just doesn't quite work out. So who knows, maybe once we automate age checks at the bar, bells on it could be like a DDoS and those checksum failures. So at the start of every new service comes the age-old question: should we build our own solution or should we buy a service that's already out there? And when looking at our clients' specific needs for within the construction industry and the checks that they required, it was clear that there wasn't a one-size-fits-all solution out there that we could have integrated with. This rings true for a lot of scenarios within the ID verification area of expertise, just because the types of documents do vary so much between countries, sectors, and industries. By solving this problem and bringing in the next generation of automation, we are helping our client build trust and overall improve their security. So what is the technology behind it all? As I mentioned before, ID changes drastically across countries and sectors. So when building a platform for ID verification, we needed to ensure that it was easily extendable. Ensuring that these services could be decoupled and ran individually or as a collection was crucial. That's why we decided to build everything as independent microservices in an event-driven manner. So for example, allowing us to be able to do different configurations of validation for different clients. So for all of our different individual document verification checks, we're using AWS Lambda. So you can see in this example on the screen, we have an individual Lambda for each of our verification services. So one for passport, one for driving license, and one for the right to work checks. Each Lambda has its own machine learning logic to parse the document, and then we apply the verification logic on the details retrieved. We chose Lambda because of their event-driven nature, and they can be invoked by almost anything, so API Gateway, Event Bridge, SQS, and many more. You can see in this example we're using SQS, and you can see that our document verification processor will then poll that queue looking for new messages that contain verification configurations. The document processor then parses that message to understand what verification checks are required and will then trigger the required lambdas. So here's just an example of an SQS message, and you can see that we're just using Boolean values to determine if a check is required or not. And we also pass the document ID in that message as well. So all of the documents are stored in S3, and we can pass this document ID throughout the lambdas for them to be able to fetch the document. Going the Lambda route has really allowed us to be flexible when it comes to extending the service. So on the example on the screen, you can see that we've added a new check-in service for proof of address. We know that we can add in these new check-in services and that they won't impact the individual business logic for the other verification services that live independently. The fact that Lambda is also managed means that we don't have to worry about scaling. It means that we can scale on a per verification service as well. So if we have a lot more checks coming in for passport verification, the passport verification service can scale up, but the driving license service can stay as is, as it's not under the same load. One document is not enough to prove someone is who they say they are. Whenever you take out a new bank account, you typically have to show a few forms of ID, so sometimes a photographic form of ID or a utility bill for your proof of address. Overall, the more ID we have on someone, the more sure we can be of their identity. In the example on the screen, you can see that we've got a passport and a driving license, and at a first glance, the images kind of look the same. We can see that they're both for a John Doe. But at a closer look, we can see that the driving license is actually for a John Doe Smith and that the date of births do not match up. This is the case in a lot of fraud stories where criminals are able to steal vast amounts of ID, but it doesn't all match for the same person. So as we started to extend our service to verify more and more forms of ID, it became really apparent that we needed to be able to cross-reference and run continuity checks across documents. So when each of our verification services are complete, they return the overall verification status of the document itself, but also some key attributes from the document that we can use to run these cross comparisons. When it comes to continuity checks, there can be a lot of edge cases. So for example, if you were to change your name and not update it across all documents, so for things like this, we do still have a manual human fallback in place for verification, just because as you start to scale up on more documents, you kind of need that just because there are so many edge cases. So since the service that we're building deals with the collection and processing of personally identifiable information, security has always been a major factor on all of our infrastructure decisions. This has meant working with virtual private clouds to define and control our own networking, allowing us to define our own IP ranges and subnets and control routing between our services and the internet. With a lot of our services living in the VPC, it also means we can take advantage of AWS Private Link. So AWS Private Link allows our resources that live outside the VPC to communicate with services in the VPC without exposing the data to the internet, which overall helps protect us from a number of different attacks. Encryption also comes into play here, both at transit and at rest, and for this we're utilising AWS KMS. We also ensure that all documents that are stored for processing are stored in encrypted buckets. Something that we've also considered when building has been the different data laws per country. So for example, in the EU, there is the right to be forgotten. And for anyone who's not familiar with it, it just means that customers have the right to ask companies to delete all of the data that they store on them. So when building this, we've taken that into consideration to ensure that we can cater for that and for any other laws in the countries that we operate in. So this project is still ongoing and we are learning all the time. Moving validation to be digital doesn't fully alleviate human error. As the famous saying goes, your system is only as smart as the people using it, and this has well and truly been the case. Since a lot of the documents that we're running validation on are physical documents, we still have to retrieve a picture from the user, and this has led to some issues like the following. So people covering aspects of their ID when they take the photo. Here you can see the user's thumb is covering a section of their MRZ. Overall, just really bad quality images. Since a lot of passports and different forms of ID are glossy, you can see a lot of glare and light reflections on the images. And lastly, my personal favourite photo I've seen when someone has been asked to upload a picture of their passport has been this. So, I mean, I guess it is a picture of a passport, but overall, there's not really much verification we can do on that. So these are just some of the issues that we've seen, but something that we've been considering for our next iteration of development would be adding some things in like real-time coaching for the user, so maybe having camera guidelines to guide them on what aspects they need to take a photo of, or having instant feedback if a photo is too bad quality for us to be able to process. For either of these, we'll have to look at a bit of a different architecture pattern from the verification service, as these would need to be real-time and synchronous to the end user. It could even involve something like a super lightweight machine learning client-side model to be able to identify if the images are bad quality or not. So for the future, as we start building out more and more verification services, the complexity also does start to grow between our lambdas. And this could potentially be a case for us to start working with step functions and using the step function state machines to be able to allow us to increase our lambdas and overall increase the scale of this verification platform. So the future of ID verification. As we look into the future, a clear milestone that I think any identity service is going to have to see and face will be building consumer trust. A recent survey from Global Cybersecurity Awareness shows that 1 in 3 people in the USA have been victim of identity fraud. The more services you begin to sign up for, and the more services that start to ask you for this identity data, it does start to create risks. As every time you upload your personal data for a new account, you increase your risk exponentially of that data being leaked. So what can consumers look for to see if a service is trustworthy? As I mentioned before, something that we've already started seeing in the UK is accreditations in this area of expertise. So the UK had trialled their own verification service before called Verify, which ultimately was a failure, but a lot of the learnings from that program have been introduced into their new trust frameworks that companies can now use to hold identity services to a certain standard. It also allows business owners to understand what's an acceptable level of identity verification that they require for their different needs. I foresee a lot of other official bodies and countries being introducing more standards in this area worldwide in the coming years. Since the UK has been an early adopter in a lot of standards around identity and data protection, if you were to start building your platforms with the UK identity laws in mind, it might give you protection in other countries out of the box. Something else I could see would be advancements in identity providers. When starting a new remote job, joining a new social media, or facilitating online purchasing, if more and more of these services start to require you to upload your documents, it creates a lot of annoyance for users. Overall, consumers want convenience and privacy, whereas businesses need to know who they're letting through the door. This is why I could see more OAuth providers starting to fully integrate with identity solutions. It means people can create accounts, upload all of their documents, become verified, and then sign in to these different services using these already verified accounts. Although you might be thinking if this centralization of personal data is ethical or not, and if there is a place for Web3 here. But what does this mean for physical IDs? I don't feel like it's safe to say that we can fully move all IDs to be digital and there will never be a need for a physical ID ever again. We don't live in a fully digitally literate society, and so some form of manual human fallback will always be required. So for example, in the UK, people who are not tech savvy can still go to local post offices and fill out forms and have that manual verification done for them. It is estimated that nearly 1 in 4 people in the UK have no form of ID credentials. Some countries have already started moving on to using digital IDs for nationality and moving away from physical IDs. I can see a lot more countries increasing and doing this in the future. However, even if they are digital, there will still be some form of verification logic that we'll need to apply to them to verify them. For example, with the introduction of new verification methods and IDs, such as digital ones, what does this mean for physical ID? At the start of this talk, I mentioned some of the earliest forms of identity verification, and to be honest, a lot of them seem ridiculous now. For example, whenever we mentioned jewellery being used to identify a person, it seemed crazy. But to this day, we still technically use it in the form of dog tags for military personnel or medical alert bracelets. So with this in mind, I do feel like some of our physical IDs are here for another while, but they will just be more of an aid than a full method and measure of verification. So that's all I have on ID verification, but I wanted to leave you on one final note about the AWS Community Builder Programme. So I've been a part of the AWS Community Builder Programme since its initial beta back in 2020. I've learned so many things from being part of this program that I've been able to put into use when building and utilising AWS services day to day in my job. Some of the core benefits of being part of this program is being able to receive promotional credits, vouchers to set your certifications, direct access to the AWS product teams for help and support, early access to preview services, and most importantly, just being able to meet and communicate with people who are like you. So if anyone is looking to advance their career in building with AWS, I would definitely recommend checking out this community. So that is all I have. Thank you so much for listening. I will be around after and at the after party, so if you have any questions on ID verification, what we're doing at Hamilton Robson, or the AWS Community Builder program, just come on up and chat to me. Thank you so much.